Before the webinar begins, rename your Zoom name to your complete name and department and/or affiliation so that we can easily identify you. Kindly mute your microphone when not in use. Next, switch on your video if your connectivity allows you. If you have questions with regards to the presentation, there will be an open forum right after. Please type it in the chat box or use the raise hand reaction button in Zoom and unmute yourself. The session is video recorded. Recordings will be made available at the Silliman Online University Learning website. Heavenly Father, we come to you in this hour, asking for your guidance and protection to our virtual gathering today. We thank you for the gift of life, the gift of family, the gift of work, and the gift of friendship. We thank you for this great opportunity to bring us together in this session as brothers and sisters. Bless the committee, the facilitator, and the attendees of this gathering. May we continue to value and appreciate the true essence and meaning of life with the help of your grace. And as we go along to our discussion today, we humbly pray that you would deepen our understanding. Lord, enlighten us and give us wisdom every day. Forgive us for our shortcomings and remind us to always be mindful of the things we do in life. We offer our life and our decisions to you, O Lord. May this gathering today create a memorable experience and a fruitful outcome. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, our Redeemer and our Savior. Amen.
Kayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka masisitin. Sa lahat ng bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo baka, may ilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdirinig, ang bituin ng araw ng kailan, pamay magdidilig.
Hello, good afternoon. It's another day for our training this afternoon, and I'd like to welcome my co-trainer this afternoon, Assistant Professor Myla Jane Sardan of the College of Business Administration. Hi, Ma'am Mai. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Jan. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, so just a short recap before Ma'am Myla will also start her lecture. For this afternoon, I'll be the one to discuss the first few topics, and then Ma'am Myla will take over. So before any other things, we only have 47 participants, so maybe we'll spend spend the first few minutes for this afternoon while waiting for the others to join us to recap what we have done yesterday. Okay, so just a short recap. Yesterday, we learned how to manage our assignments. So we learned how to post assignments, either assignments that wherein the students will just type in their answers on a text box online, or attach a file. No? And these files could be any files of any format. You can specify it under the assignment post, under the settings. We also learned how to create our question bank. So while we know that in creating questions, you can just create questions without creating a question bank, but we saw the benefit of using a question bank. So in the beginning of our activities yesterday, we actually created questions first, and those questions are in the form of true or false, multiple choice, short answer, matching type, and essay. And thanks to some of the participants, we were also able to actually discuss how you would create your questions if you want um, a SATA type of exam. No, like if there are 4 possible questions, and if any one of them is wrong, it becomes wrong automatically. We were able to discuss that yesterday. So we were able to create true or false questions, multiple choice, short answer, matching type, and essay. And in fact, I was so happy and grateful for the other faculty or the other participants who also shared their work yesterday, and sharing with us their work, not just in creating the question bank and the categories in the question bank, but also the different type of exams, including exams that are not pure text, but also with images. Now, once everything was done, we also learned in the later part of yesterday's activity to set up the quiz part. No? So we created quizzes out of those questions that we generated or that we created in the question bank. And we also learned that you can just select each of those questions from the question bank, but also generate an exam wherein it will just randomly pick any of those questions that you have selected from the question bank, so that our students who are taking the exam or the quiz will have different questions. Now, so I'd like to know if you still have questions about the things that we did yesterday before we continue with the advanced topics that we're going to discuss this afternoon, still on assignments and quizzes. Okay na ba tayong lahat? Were we able to create quizzes and question bank? So maybe while waiting for the others, may I ask the participants to create at least 15 questions in their question bank. So can you make sure and check if your question bank has at least 15 questions, regardless of the type. Okay, so shall we do that? Okay. So can we hear from the participants? Could you please check if you already have 15? Can you type in the number of questions that are stored in your question bank right now? Okay, can I see numbers on the chat box? Type in the number of questions that are already in your question bank. So if you have 14, you only have one more left. You only have one remaining question to create. 10, 10, very good. 16, I found 17. Thank you so much. You're the highest number. You have the highest number of questions in the question bank so far. Mostly you have 10. That's good enough. But can you add? Can you create like 15 questions? Up to 15 while we're still waiting for the participants, and also later you could check and the other features that I'll discuss with you. 8, I see 4. Okay, so yesterday we learned how to create true or false, matching type, uh, multiple choice, essay, and short answer. That should at least be 5. So if you're making like 3 questions per type, you will be able to have 15 questions. Okay, so all right, I see 16, 4, 8, 10. Okay, required task. Okay, so yes, while you were doing the activities yesterday, you could actually already use that. Hopefully, you're making up your own questions and not following what I asked, what I demonstrated. As much as possible, make your own questions so you'll have your own experience as to how to translate the questions or the everyday questions that you give to your students into the question bank. Okay, one question for matching type, but with 5 items. Yes, that's considered as 5 items, so 5 points. All right, thank you so much. And once again, I'd like to thank the active participation of our participants from all over the Philippines. Thank you so much. And we really recognize and we salute you for really doing your best to improve not only the quality of education that you want to provide to the students, but also our efficiency and productivity as a teacher. Okay, so if matching type has multiple points, now matching type is like if you have 5 sets in type A and E. Say for example, 8 items in set B, then that's 5 points. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your active participation. So while we have 70 participants, hopefully we can reach at least 80 or 90 by the time we start discussing the advanced features or settings that you can also set on your assignment or quizzes. Now also, by the way, we want you to really master all those types of quizzes that we created yesterday, because by this week or within this week, we will be adding some more in the in OnSol. We will add on the manual information or instructions on how to add other types of exams. So if you have noticed, if you're going to add questions on your question bank or create a quiz, there are many other types of exams that you can create in PLMS, and not just or rather quizzes. Now we call that quizzes on PLMS. There are many other types of quizzes or questions that you can create on PLMS, and not just the ones that we discussed yesterday. So we are only discussing here during our synchronous sessions those that are very commonly used, but we are not stopping you from exploring other types of quizzes. So those types of quizzes will be discussed step by step on the user's manual, and you can study them asynchronously on your own free time. Okay, so I have, I think, 26 questions here. So that's, I guess, the highest out of all the answers that you have typed on the chat box. So again, I'd like to encourage those who still have 4 or 5 questions in their question bank to add some more. But again, I'd like to thank you for that, because that means that even if you have 4 questions, you were really following the instructions yesterday. And for that, congratulations and thank you. Now, so I guess there are 71 participants at the moment. And anyway, this training is again recorded, and you can find this in 12 to 24 hours after. I'm sure that the recording yesterday is already uploaded on Soul. So that's also going to be the case tomorrow. So if not everyone can join us this afternoon, then that's fine. No, so you can still catch up because of the recordings that we are posting on Soul. So I guess we are ready uh, to move on and to discuss more features from assignments and quizzes. So we actually spend so much time on discussing this because we believe that this is of utmost importance. We need to assess how we are doing in our teaching, and whether our students are actually learning from the course. Now, so for this afternoon, these are our objectives and the things that we're going to discuss. So we expect you to be able to not just manage your restrictions, completions, and discuss the other advanced settings of quizzes and assignments. Actually, some of this we already discussed yesterday. So practically, we have very little things to do this afternoon as far as quizzes and assignment is concerned. We already also discussed most of the things, no, on grading an assignment and essay in a quiz. So uh, the bulk of this afternoon's discussion, aside from the advanced settings, will also be on learning how to import your course data, how to back up your course, how to restore them. For example, if you're teaching the same subject in the following years, then you can restore course activities so that some of those activities you can reuse, including the question bank, and of course resetting the course. So it's more on if you are a teacher, and of course a student has like at least say 5 teachers in a school year, how would you incorporate all of those courses that you have created on PLMS and put it inside one drive, one USB, and then distribute it to the students, no, in a particular school year? So that's going to be our discussion this afternoon. So it's equally important as the discussions that we had for the first 3 days. Okay, so we now have how many participants? 76. So I guess we are now ready to start. No, so I have a challenge for you later, but I will first read this to you, and then of course I will demonstrate how you're going to do this, and then I will show this again on the screen so that you can do it yourself. So yesterday, you learned how to create an assignment, but you were not able to learn everything that is on your screen right now. So my challenge is, after my demonstration and after catering to your questions, if there's any, you're going to edit your assignment. And no, you already created one assignment, at least one assignment yesterday. So this afternoon, you're going to create another one. Okay, so you're going to create an assignment, and that would be any assignment that would require students to attach a couple of document files up to 5 MB. So yesterday, our demonstration was it would be able to attach an image file. This time, it's going to require students to attach a couple of document files. So 2 document files, and the restriction is it should only be 5 MB. Now, it's due on 1 month from now. So you have to know what's the date today and what is 1 month from now. But you need to give 3 days extension for those who would still submit late. So yesterday we discussed this. What's the difference between due date and cutoff date? So I'm you need to create this later, and I'm going to call, say, two participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao to show or to share their screen whether they're able to follow all the things that are on the screen right now. So the assignment will only be visible in 2 days. In other words, it's not going to be visible today, no, on today's date. It will only be visible 2 days from now, and it's worth a maximum of 50 points. Now, by default, do you remember how many points is an assignment? There's a default setting. Anyone here who can chat or who can um, activate their microphone and tell me what's the default number of points every time you create an assignment? Do you still remember from yesterday's discussion? Okay, Mom Charmaine said 100, and that's correct, no? So there's also another one pa di ay nga mas una pang nitubag. Rhino, si Sir Rhino. The default maximum number of points is 50. Now, for this challenge, you're going to set that to 50, and then to pass, they need at least 35 points. Yesterday, we were able to discuss which part of the setting are you going to set so that you can specify that the students need to get at least this number of points in order to pass. Now, this assignment does not require students to click the submit button. Okay. And again, yesterday, we discussed that if you're going to set the setting to no for this particular restriction, it means to say that if the student would still want to make changes to whatever they have already submitted, as long as it's not yet the due date or the cutoff date, they would still be able to make any changes. So leave it as is, in other words. And this one is something we're going to discuss later. So that's why we're going to have a discussion after I flash this challenge on your screen. This is going to be restricted only for those who are able to complete assignment number 1. So this one assumes that yesterday you did at least one assignment. So you're going to make that as a requirement. So in other words, just like remember your introduction on Soul? No, if you're not able to do certain things, it will not unlock. So it's like a game, guys. No, so it's like a game wherein it will not unlock the second assignment unless you have done certain things. So for this particular assignment number 2, it will only be available if assignment number 1 has been completed. Okay, and it requires them to have at least, or to get at least 40 points, sorry, to get at least 40 points in this particular assignment. Now, you can actually set. Now, that means to say that upon grading, if the teacher says, oh, this assignment is only worth 35 points, then it will not be marked as complete on the side of the student. No? So, how are you going to do that? So, before you can do this, of course, I don't expect you to do this right away because I'm going to discuss first how do you do the restrictions. Okay, so we did not discuss this yesterday because we wanted you to focus on creating um, creating your assignment and creating your questions and creating a very simple quiz. But actually, if you're going to have, sorry, I guess because I'm using SSD and it got detached by accident earlier. Let me just restart my database. And maybe while waiting for me to restart my database, you can check if you have already created an assignment yesterday and whether you have done it correctly so that you can use that later as a requirement for the student to create assignment number 2. Okay, so My PLMS is back. Okay, so I already created one assignment as I was demonstrating it to you yesterday, but let me create another one. No, so let me create another one. Also at the same time to refresh those participants who are still having some uh, doubts on how to create the assignment correctly. Okay, let me just wait for a moment while my PLMS is restarting. Okay, maybe because it was not successfully. Okay, let me just fix that a moment. And may I invite the participants to share their screen first, those who have at least created 15 questions. May I see any volunteer? Any volunteer while I'm restarting my Spoodle? How was your lunch? Did you enjoy your lunch? Because it seems like we are so silent this afternoon. Any volunteer? I saw some participants earlier who mentioned they were able to make 15 or more questions. Any participant here who could share with me his or her screen showing at least 15 questions in her or his question bank? I'm giving away 1 terabyte of SSD. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Any volunteer? Wala dyan mo volunteer? You were not able to make at least 15 questions? Ma'am Rocheline Lovitos, I heard you. Can you share your screen, ma'am?
Ma'am, as much as I want to po, I'm having two devices at one time because you have stated that it's convenient for us to have our laptop and our cell phone, so I can't connect
Okay,
to my
it's
laptop.
fine, ma'am. You can
before.
direct your mobile phone and share the share the output of your laptop.
Ay, sige, mag-video. Wait. I can't take everything. Wala po. I'm sorry. I I'm having a problem with my connection. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Nahala po. Dili na ko siya mag-click.
All right. So Ma'am Rocheline is having problems. Anyone here who'd like to save Ma'am Rocheline, perhaps from the same school or from the same region? Is it that difficult to make 15 questions? I guess I'm giving away a house and lot at this point because no one is participating. Wow.
Ma'am, now I have now my
Okay, sige,
question.
sige ma'am.
So I'm just having a video since I can't connect my these are my questions po. Wala. These
Okay,
are
I
my
can see it there.
15 questions po. Multiple
Okay,
questions from true or false, multiple choice test, essay, and even short answer po. Actually, I
that's
have
good.
formulated 12 questions yesterday pa lang po. I just added 3 for today.
Wow, that's really good. Thank you so much. From what
Thank you
school are
po.
you, ma'am?
Southeastern College of Padada po.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, for sharing your efforts for this particular training.
Thank
Okay,
you
I'm
po.
still trying to log in. So maybe for the meantime, um, okay, perhaps due to the fact that I accidentally detached my SSD card. I hope it's not my SSD card that is being challenged at the moment. But okay, so let me share with you na lang how to do it step by step using our soul. Okay, so okay, so of course, I will just create this, but I will not show this to you. It will be hidden to my students, so you will not see it. Sorry. Ayan. Upskilling, not upskilling. Portable. Okay, so okay, here we go. So I'll just create an assignment here. So this is what we learned yesterday. Can you see my screen? Okay, now please don't be confused. We've got more options here than what's available on your PLMS because we actually remove those that requires internet connection. Okay, so for the moment, oh, yeah, guess I'll just reject my drive and put it back again so that I would be able to run it completely. So at least you're also seeing here some things that you can do if ever you'll experience the same thing as me. Normally, this is actually very fast. And okay, I've just restarted my SSD card, ejected it properly, and now I'm restarting my Spoodle. Because as much as I want to demonstrate it to you right now, I want to show it to you in your own PLMS environment so that you can relate. No, so as what you have seen, you have a lot of options under our online learning management system because we activated most of the features, even those that requires internet connection. But for your version, which is downloadable, we made it smaller so that it will become more portable. And we only made available those features that would be useful even with challenging internet connection. Okay, but anyway, it will look like this also on PLMS. And let me just type in an assignment. So I'll just do assignment here. Let's say assignment, or let's call it, in my case, because I don't want to do exactly the same thing as what I want to challenge you later to do, I'll call this one checkpoint. Okay, checkpoint number 1. I will just create here that the day today will be, okay, say 1 week from now, and then allow submissions from starting today, which is September 23, and then I will just disable my remind me option, and I will enable this so that, say, I could still accept submissions until October 5. Okay, and that would be, let's say, October 5. That's the minute. That's the hour and the minute. No, and I will specify going to be yes.
Ma'am, tanong lang po para kasi I was trying to study the assignment that you gave kanina. So meaning the cut-off time there in the feature is actually referring to the extension that you're going to provide for the students? Like if the due date is on this date and you're going to give them an additional 3 days na DBS deadline, that's the
Yes.
cut-off time. Okay.
Yes.
Kasi I was checking kanina with the assignment that you gave. Hindi ko alam kung Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, that was mentioned also yesterday, that the due date is the date that you require your students to submit. Now, if your due date and your cutoff date is exactly the same, including the time, that means to say that you will no longer accept submissions after that date.
Okay.
No? Okay, so have a look at this. If I'm going to set this, say the due date is September 30, if I'm going to set the cutoff date to September 29, it will not allow that. No, so it will not allow that. Okay, I'll try to save that, and it will tell me, okay, there's going to be, okay, it says here, the cutoff date cannot be earlier than the due date. Okay, does it make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so it can be the same as your due date, but it cannot be earlier than that. Okay, because it's like you will still accept submissions, but it's after the due date already, so it's considered already late. Okay, so if I set this one to October 30, that's 1 month after the due date. That means to say 1 month after it's due, you will still accept late submissions. Okay, Now, so under submission types, this is where you can specify online text or file submissions. And say you only want one file. I'm not going to do the challenge that I posted on the screen earlier. And let's say I'm going to accept an audio file. Let's say that I'm expecting my students to submit the recorded interview portion of a particular. So submit your recording during the interview portion with your respondent. Okay, something like that. No, so I'm asking them to submit an audio file, and it will only be 5 MB. Now note that you can set it to any size here. I'm not going to set any feedback type. Then the submission settings is by default no. Okay, now, and as I mentioned, this means to say that if the student will still make revisions on the already submitted file, that would still be possible as long as it's not yet the due date. And then here for the grade, by default, it's 100. So tama po si Sir kanina. The default setting for the grade for the assignment is 100, but you can set that on any grade that you want. In fact, this is point. You also have scale, no? And you can also set it as none. Say for example, you only want to submit that them to submit that particular assignment, but it's not graded because it's part of a much bigger deliverable later on. Then you can set the grade to none. Okay, let me just set that to point and say you have here the grade to pass. Okay, so say for example that your requirement is that when you somehow evaluate this assignment, the grading, the grade requirement should be at least 80 for them to pass. No, so let's just put 80. Okay, and then no grouping, and here. Okay, now this is what we did not discuss yesterday because this is sort of like an advanced setting. No, so what is restriction? Okay, if you remember in the introduction part on Soul, no, when you were asked to introduce yourself, it is not automatically marked as complete until you're able to do certain things. And so that's what you call restriction. So you can add restrictions on your assignment, and this is also true for quizzes. Now, so they actually have the same option. So the first button here is activity completion. So this requires students to complete or not complete another activity. So these are sort of like a conditions that you can put on that particular, that you can attach to that particular assignment or quiz. Now, in this case, this is an assignment, so we're referring to the assignment that we have just posted. So activity completion, so you can click that. Notice that an additional options will appear. Now, so this is something that you need to set. No, so a student must or must not. Okay, so if you say the student must be able to complete a particular activity, then of course you have to set must. Okay, now if you say you want this assignment to be available only for those who were not able to submit another assignment, then you choose must not. Okay, so in this case must, and then you choose here. So what is that activity that must be completed? No, so for example, let's say because I'm on Soul, so let's say that you have another assignment called activity 1-A. Okay, so this particular assignment is restricted only for students who have already completed activity 1A. Okay, so this activity 1A, the activity that you have selected, okay, because it's already posted somewhere in the same course, must be marked complete. So you can also set this, must not be marked complete, must be complete with passing grade, must be complete with fail grade. So these are assignments that that has restrictions. So it may only be available for students who are failing. So say, for example, you have students who were not able to pass a particular assignment. They submitted, but they did not get the passing grade. So you want to create another assignment for them so that they could attain a passing grade overall for that course. Then you can set additional requirements for them, and this is what you need to do. No, so that this is only one. Now you can delete this or you can add more restrictions. So when you add restrictions, it means to say that all of those things that you have specified here must be true. So for example, if I'm just going to add a restriction and I set the date, okay, so notice that it adds them up. So the activity 1A must be marked complete and, okay, you have this additional requirement. So and the date is, so you can set the date that that this one will be available. Okay, so this is the date, or you can remove that and then you can add other restrictions, such as, for example, you can require students to achieve a specified grade. No, so this one is for accessing, so the date, okay, of access. So you can prevent access until a specified date and time. So that's where you can specify a date, or you can also add restrictions on the grade. So you can allow or you can require students to achieve a specified grade. So, and okay, you're going to specify that, say, for example, the grade of the student for activity 1A must be greater than or must be less than. So you can activate that. So if you're saying that for this particular activity to be accessed by the student, this activity 1, another assignment, must be marked complete and his grade should be, for example, 30. So that's percent, that's percent. So this is something that you can also do. Now you can add or you can remove. So it's really up to you, up to you, no? So if you have added a particular restriction and you decide to remove that, just click on this delete icon, the one that looks like an X. Okay, or you can add more restrictions. So marami po tayong options on the restriction. It could be also a profile. So for example, you want to make this only available to a particular student. So you can specify the email address here. Okay, now, so if the student's email address is equivalent to, for example, jvforster@gmail.com, then these are restrictions, very narrow restrictions on what this or to whom this particular assignment will be available. Okay, so usually naman we only do this if we want to give parang certain additional requirements based on the student standing. And then you can also add restriction set. So add restriction here is actually very complete, no? So it applies to complex logic. So most often the only thing that we suggest that you do are the 4 options, no? So those are the things that you can do. You can also remove that. Okay. Now, so yung restriction set is yun. Remove na lang natin. Okay, so and then activity completion. So when is it marked complete? So you can actually manually set it as complete. That's why at one point I think I mentioned there was a question by one of the participants, when is it marked complete? No, so it depends on how this one is set. No, so it's either it's manually marked by the student, or it's automatically marked as complete when the conditions are met. So those conditions are the ones that you can specify here. So for example, the student must view this activity to complete it. So in other words, you will just post this assignment, and once the student is able to click it and to open it or view the assignment, then it's already enough for this activity to be completed. So that's one. Another is you can also require grades. So you can specify student must receive a grade to complete this activity. So this is only applicable if right after a particular assignment you immediately um, set the grade. No, then you can also say student must submit to this activity to complete it. So that means you can also set the time when this particular restriction or completion will be activated. Okay, and so I guess that's the only two part of the settings of your assignment. Actually, this restrict access and activity completion is also available in the assignment. So at this point, do you have any question on about the restriction and about the activity completion? I will share again the PowerPoint presentation that I showed earlier. Kung ano ba yung dapat nyong gawin. Okay, so I guess given that discussion, it will be okay. Now let's go back to the challenge. Now the challenge is now, of course, aside as far as the date and the specification of what file to submit, that's already something you already know what to do. Now, so to pass, they need at least 35 points. This assignment does not require students to click the submit button. We already also discussed that yesterday. Now, this is the only restriction I want you to set. It's restricted for those who are able to complete assignment number 1 and requires them to get at least 40 points. So can you do this? Can I give you like say 3 minutes to do this? I'll just leave this on my screen. Unless you have questions.
I have a question, ma'am, because the setting in the restriction is percent. You were able to emphasize that kanina. But for the tasks, it's 40 points. So is it the same? When we say points, you're referring, ma'am, to percent also?
Well, if your quiz is 100 points and if you say 40%, that's still equivalent to 40 points.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right. Let's just change this one na lang to percent. Okay, to make it clear. Especially because I specified that the number of points for this activity is only 50.
Is it safe, ma'am, to click the place set here to delete it, or what's the wisdom, ma'am, of this place set after?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Which one? Yeah, you have to, because when you add a restriction, it only adds a button where you can actually set the values. So you have to set it.
So I'll click add
Those
restriction.
options. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then when you click add restriction, you will find those 5 buttons, and then you need to specify which of those restrictions you're going to add.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Okay, I assume that you are doing it now. I'm excited to see that you will now be doing your assignment number 2, this time with restrictions. I'm looking for those very active participants as well yesterday. I guess they're having classes at the moment. Okay, Sir Cooks, I hope you can see on your screen, I have posted a challenge for you to create an assignment with restrictions. All right, thank you, Sir Cooks. Anyone who can share his or her work? Is it challenging?
May I share?
Sure,
So
ma'am.
I will have the chance to
That's very
be
welcome.
corrected. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ililipat ko lang pala muna saglit kasi nasa kabilang ano ako. uh, saglit lang, ma'am. I'll have to join the Zoom sa isang gadget ko lang. Saglit.
Okay, Ma'am Charmaine, maybe you can share.
I hope I did it well.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Should
We'll go
I
back
share
to you
first?
later, ma'am. Sure,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Wait for a while. I'm sharing my disabled participant screen sharing. I cannot share my screen, ma'am.
I'll be setting it now. Okay, now.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, ma'am. So the challenge was to create any assignment that would require students to attach a couple of document files. I guess there will be 2 files that they need to attach. So I have these instructions here, and it must not exceed 5 MB. And since I set it starting today, 23, so my due date will be on October 23, and that's for
Mhm.
1 month. And my cutoff date will be on October 26th. There will be a 3 days extension. I'm not sure if that's right. And what else I put here? File submission.
Okay. There's one more at the top for the date.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, it will be. Did I specify you can allow submissions 3 days after, or was it stated differently? Okay,
It
let me
says
read it.
you give 3.
The assignment will only be visible. It's okay now. So, tatanong ko lang, ma'am, if for example, you want the assignment to start accepting submissions 3 days from now, how are you going to set it?
3 days from now.
Yeah,
Oh,
allow submissions 3 days from now, because the moment you submit it,
okay.
okay.
I'll just adjust it, ma'am, to September
Thank you.
26th.
All right. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I was just testing if oo. Sige,
I
ma'am. That's so
Thank you, ma'am. That would be so great po.
all right. So
And
that means that simply means that your assignment is already visible to the students, but you only allow submissions in 3 days time. So September 26th. So it's already visible the moment you post it. So if you're posting it today, October 23, then no, September 23,
September
then it's already visible as far as your instructions are concerned, but it's only going to start accepting submission. So if someone is very fast and is able to do that in 3 days time, pwede na. That's
Yes.
correct. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. And maximum number of
And-
uploaded files. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Should I continue, ma'am?
Sure.
Okay, ma'am. And then the maximum size is 5 MB, and I'm only accepting document and PDF files
Okay.
as extension.
Now, remember when we put instructions on the description box, it has to match, because here, take photos of yourself showing the different facial expressions. Put these photos in one document file. Okay. But you're asking for 2 files, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it stated? Attach a
Attach
couple of document files. So 2 document files.
Yes, ma'am.
And
And
then what do you mean by put these photos in one document file?
like when they take photos, ma'am, they're just going to insert in one document file. I mean, they will use like document like Google Docs or Microsoft
Okay,
Office.
but you're asking for 2 files. Your specification in the attachment is 2 files.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So
Duha, ma'am. Duha, ma'am. Kaya na pa
maximum
man siya
number
file.
of the
Duha,
Ma'am.
ma'am.
Duha, ma'am. Kaya na pa man siya file, ma'am, para sa essay, ma'am. Huwag katong sa picture. Ito siya ningon duha, ma'am.
What do you mean essay? Take photos of
Here,
Ano,
ma'am.
ma'am? In another document file.
okay, sorry. In another document file, write a short essay
Yeah.
about the challenges you have. That's right. Okay,
Tama
so
to.
the 2 files, yes, I wasn't able to finish reading the bottom part. The 2 files to be submitted should not exceed 5 MB. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir, also for the clarification.
Welcome, ma'am.
When ma'am
Thank
was showing me the settings, I was focused on the settings on the right side and was not
Okay,
able to finish reading the instructions. Okay. Tama po, tama. Okay. Thank you so
Fair
much. That's correct.
And
Okay,
This-
so you're only going to accept document files. That's correct. 2 files up to 5 MB. All right. Sige.
okay.
And
And then for submission settings, I just followed what I had last time.
yes, actually,
but
it's also
for-
in the instruction
Yes,
that the student requires student to submit.
requires student
Click the
to click.
submit button should be no. Yes, that's the default setting. Okay, tama. And at the bottom.
And then here in, I guess, is it grade? with a grade, ma'am, setting
Okay.
maximum grade is 50.
50. Okay, you
And
change it from
they
the
need to
default,
have,
which is 100.
yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And then they need to pass, they need to get at least 35 points.
All right.
Okay, is that right? And for the restrict access, is the student must match the following. Like I
Okay.
have the first assignment titled as aspects of communication, ma'am, and they need to
Okay.
get at least 40% or more. So 40%.
Okay. That's correct.
I don't know why I add a restriction, ma'am, that I'm not pretty sure about this because it says that it will only be I'm not sure with this one, ma'am, actually what I had here, but only visible in 2 days. I'm not pretty sure why I'm doing I'm putting here. I don't know what's
Okay.
that.
If you have noticed, when you click the add restriction date, it will
Yes, ma'am.
prevent access until or from a specified date and time.
Okay.
So
It
the-
must not, we should not put it here. Okay.
uh,
I'll just delete it, ma'am.
because sometimes you can actually post an assignment and then you don't have to specify any
Oh,
due date or cutoff date, so you can also put it there.
I guess I deleted a wrong setting. Anyways, I will just reset it.
Yes. Okay, that's
Okay,
fine. You
ma'am.
can show it to us. You can click add restriction.
Okay, ma'am.
And then for the
Yeah.
information also of the others, the activity completion there, the options that you see, like what mom is showing right now, that one depends on what things you placed inside your virtual classroom. So you might not see it, you might not find aspects of communication if you have not
Yes.
included that in your virtual classroom for the information of the other participants. Okay, and
Okay,
that's
so already
correct.
done already.
The grade should be 40%, must be greater than or equal to 40%.
40%.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And then here's my activity completion tracking. I always set it when conditions are met, just to make sure they're doing all the activities that I
Okay,
give.
so they must have read the activity,
Yes,
they must have
and
received a grade, and
yes.
they must have submitted they must submit to this activity to complete it. So that then you specify the date. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I guess that's
All
all,
right.
ma'am. For
That's all. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You did it
Thank you.
correctly.
Thank
All
you.
right. Don't forget to save.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Someone is requesting for me to share assignment number 2. Okay, actually we call it challenge, no? So because I know you have at least created also already one assignment yesterday, but if you already did another assignment called assignment number 2, you can call this any assignment you want. I'm just making sure that you have understood the restriction part, no? Because the rest of those options we already discussed yesterday. Okay, so is there any other participant who would like to share?
Ma'am, may I share?
Sure, ma'am. Sige po.
Kindly allow me to share my screen, ma'am.
Okay na.
Okay, para lang guided po ako.
Mm.
Okay, so I have, oh my God, okay, I'll just open it, ma'am.
Sure.
So this is the course where I have all the activities that you're able to require us to do. So this is the assignment na kailangan
Ang kompleto
magawa.
ka na, ma'am, ah.
Sinisingit, ma'am. I'm actually very busy, but I just need to do this one so that it will give justice to your invitation. So my
Thank you.
Yeah. Ano, mali yata, dapat sa edit ako pumunta.
Ayan na. Kanina
Okay,
may
so
yan.
okay, so this was the this is my assignment. Actually, it's an actual activity that I give to my students in my educational technology class. I just had to, of course, edit my evaluation tool to match with the 50 points because I was hearing you mentioning this one kanina na dapat yung nasa description magmamatch po doon sa ating mga settings. Okay, so for the availability of my assignment, so kanina it should be seen by our students 2 days after today,
Mm-mm.
tama po ba? So, kaya September 25, and then the cut-off date, ito yung tinanong ko po kanina, what makes it different from due date? And then it's October, kasi nga ang due date natin based on the 1 month na sinabi sa challenge is October 23, pareho kay ma'am kanina, and then the cut-off date will be to give chance to the other students na magbibigyan ng late is DBS deadline 26.
Ma'am, I just would like to clarify the moment you enable at the top of this option, doon sa itaas po.
Ay, okay.
Up pa sa option, visibility, yan.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're going to set that to, if you click that, ma'am, you have 2 options there only, hide from students, and then the other one is, kindly click.
Show on course page.
Show on course page. So if that one is still set on show on course page, pero yung restrictions mo doon is it will only be available for those students who are able to complete assignment number 1. Doon pa siya mag-activate for the students.
Okay.
So, but the allow submissions from is, that means na if, for example, naka-show na or wala ng restrictions and makikita na sa students yung assignment at saka yung description, but yung submission link mo will only be available on September 25. Yun yung meaning ng allow submissions from.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you for
Yes,
that clarification.
sir.
Ma'am Jan, may tanong
Yes.
ako. Kang ma'am na due date is October pala. Okay lang. Kala ko September. Okay lang pala.
Sige. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that input, ma'am. Okay.
Sige po. You may continue.
I did not click anymore. I did not enable some other requirements here except for this one, which is supposed. I did not change this anymore. I just had to modify the MB here, and then I just click all file types to be.
So in other words, ma'am, you're just verifying whether you're doing it correctly, but you're not really doing the challenge that I shared on the screen earlier, right?
No, ma'am. I tried
you're
to follow the
you're
challenge.
you're just converting what you already have in your class and then to converting it into electronic form in PLMS.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, that's correct. But that one, ma'am, will allow your students to upload 20 files. But
Yes,
because that's the
ma'am.
default. So if you want to make sure na hindi mauubos yung storage space mo, you can restrict that to a
lower,
specific lesser number of
Okay,
files.
yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. And then for ano ba yung kanina yung sa challenge sa grade?
Sa restrict access, yes, sa grade. Meron din sa grade.
Okay, so sa grade tayo kanina is maximum of 50. That's the reason why may rubric kanina. Actually, that's my question, ma'am. So I've been using several LMS din because I'm teaching EdTech. Napansin ko dito sa assignment, wala talaga siyang feature for us to already embed a rubric, ma'am. Parang
Actually,
ito lang talaga ang grading siya.
Actually, meron, ma'am, but it's on the advanced topic na.
Okay. Sige po. So, the maximum grade that I have here, I do not know if it's accurate with kanina. And then, grade to pass is 35. Tama po ba? Okay. And then, sa restrict access, ang restriction is that they should have completed assignment 1 po. And then, that it should...
Talking about the grading, ma'am, if you go up,
okay
if you go up dun, under sa grading na
Ito po.
option, dun sa itaas pa, yun, grading method, there, at the bottom, down dyan, dun sa lower, yan, grading method, diba, meron tayong simple direct grading, meron po dyan, rubric.
Yeah, because that's why napansin nyo, ma'am, na yung rubric inilagay ko na lang doon. But actually, in most in Microsoft Teams, in all others that I'm using, na ini-embed ko talaga yung rubric.
You can explore that, ma'am, and then maybe we will just include that in our user's manual, so you can also explore.
Okay, dito pala siya.
So that you can also incorporate your rubric in your grading system.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
Okay, and then yung sa restriction kanina, the assignment.
Kulang po kasi yung 4 hours kapag lahat atong i-ano natin.
Yeah, it's okay. At least nabanggit mo, ma'am, na nandun. So
yes,
that
at least alam mo na ngayon kung saan mo makikita yung rubric. I-incorporate na lang namin sa user's manual yung rubric.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you po. Para diretso na lang po na doon titingnan doon sa description. So yun po, ito yung ginawa ko, ma'am, na with the very last, which is the 40 points po. Na
That's
kanina,
correct.
that's why I clarified if it's points or percentage. Thank you very much,
Thank you for that also. All right, sige po. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's already 2:18 and I know that Ma'am Myla will also have a lot of discussions later. I will just quickly share with you the restrictions that's also available on creating quizzes, but actually it's the same, no? Let me just save this and return to course. If yeah, so okay, don't worry because this is not going to be your assignment, your additional assignment later. So create learning activity, di ba? When you create a quiz, yesterday you learned how to create a quiz. And again, mas marami po kaming options dito because I'm doing this on our soul. But because I don't want to be dealing with my issues with my detached SSD at the moment, but let's just focus on the quiz that you created yesterday, and I will just show you the advanced features of creating a quiz. So yesterday you created the quiz from the question bank, and we discussed the timing, di ba? Yung grade. Okay, so for example, yung grade to pass for that particular quiz. So if you are planning to create a quiz that's 50 points, then you can compute what is the grading or the passing grade for that particular quiz. And then you have here, you have your layout. So this is where, for example, you only want one question per page each time a student takes the quiz. Yesterday we had, the setting was, we only wanted 5 questions and your setting was every 2 questions per page. So it will generate a new page for every 2 questions, in other words. No? So that's why the first 2 pages had 2 questions and then yung last page only had 1 question because there were only 5 questions. But you can add more. So for example, for a new page for every 10 questions. So if you have 100 points for your quiz, then you will have 10 pages. Mga ganyan. Okay, and then the default navigation method is free, so the students can actually go back to the previous page and specify and even click a page number to go from one page to another. This one is sequential, meaning you cannot go back to page 1, and if you are in page 3, if you will not pass through page number 2. Okay, so I guess that's very easy to understand. And then you have your shuffle within questions. No, so those items in your matching type, for example, or your multiple choice, those items will also be shuffled. And then you have here, we discussed this one already yesterday. We have the review questions. What will the students see while they are taking the exam or the quiz, after they're taking the quiz or once the quiz is closed? But I'll just emphasize that because we discussed restrict access earlier and activity completion, those items that we discussed for the assignment are also available in the quiz. So you also have restrict access here. So these are actually the same restrictions that you can add to your quiz. So you can also set na the student cannot take a particular quiz unless he already had taken another quiz, or you can also restrict na the student cannot take a quiz unless he also already completed another quiz. So for example, you have a long quiz, you have part 1 and part 2. So the student cannot proceed to part 2 unless he had taken part 1. That kind of restrictions. So the same pa rin, no? It's like creating restrictions for your assignment and also your completion tracking for your assignment. That's the same option that you will find for the quiz. So basically, the rest of the options we already discussed yesterday. So I hope this one sums up my my items, my outline to discuss this afternoon. Unless you have other questions, I will now share the screen to, or how
One
do you call
question,
this? Call
ma'am.
Mamaila to, yes, sir.
Ma'am, can we edit the exam or the quiz? Ang content yun, ma'am?
Okay, this is what I want to explain, no? So if you put your questions in the question bank and then you change you edit that particular question, because remember that if you put your questions in the question bank, you can reuse those questions. So for example, you created your questions, a true or false question, and then you already used that question in a quiz in the first grading, or kunwari in the first few months of the classes. Tapos, you use that question again as part of your midterm exam. Okay, so the same question siya, you only took it from the question bank. Nagets mo, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you edit that question in your question bank, that also means that whatever, if you use that in the quiz, and then you also use that in the midterm exam, those two instances of that question will also be changed. So for example, your question is like supposedly true siya, no? So like for example, keyboard is an example of an input device. So it's true, di ba? So kunwari ginamit mo na siya, that particular question na you made and that you stored in the question bank, ginamit mo na sa quiz. Okay? So tapos na take na 'yon ng mga students. Tapos na silang nag-take. Now, ngayon, ni-reuse mo yung question na 'yon, ginamit mo as part of your midterm exam, midterm quiz. We call that exam, but as part of the questions in your midterm. Okay? And then this time, you're going to add the word not. So you edit the question na a keyboard is an example of an input device. Dinagdagan mo ng is not an example of an input device. So it becomes false. Di ba, sir? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So in that case, since binago mo siya for the use of your midterm exam, that same question, ano na, sir, yung question mo na, that particular question na ginamit mo rin sa quiz, na tinik na ng estudyante, naging not din yon. Because you are changing the content of the same question. Were you able to follow
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
sir?
Copy, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Copy.
So did I answer your question? So
Yes,
in other
ma'am.
words, for example, if you have a question, a question you already used, please do not change it, because all instances of that question in your quiz will also be changed. So if you want to generate a question na true or false, na a keyboard is an example of an input device, tapos your answer to that is already true, and then you want to use it, but gusto mong gawing na not. Okay, keyboard is not an example of a keyboard of an input device. Kindly create na lang a new question. Okay, so may I know, like for what instance do you want to edit the content of your question?
Example, ma'am, I have quiz number 1, but I have only given 5 items. I want to add another 5.
You want to add?
Yeah.
Yes,
ma'am.
okay. Akala ko, sir, you want to edit really the question that is in your quiz.
No, ma'am.
Yun yung
I
sinagot
will
ko
example
kanina.
the save quiz.
Okay, sir. As long as no student has taken that exam or that quiz yet, it's fine to add or to remove questions from your quiz.
Copy, ma'am. Copy, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
I hope that clarified everything. Akala ko
Yes, ma'am.
yung gusto mong i-edit is yung question. Okay. Yeah, but as far as the number of questions, the type of questions that you want to put inside a quiz, you can edit a quiz as long as no student has taken it yet.
Copy, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Ma'am, may
Ay,
tanong
sir.
ako, ma'am.
Sir Rodel. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, ano ma'am, pag ganun yung mangyari ma'am, yung na-change mo ma'am, yung score ma'am, magbabago din ma'am, no?
You cannot
Or
actually edit a quiz anymore once na may nakatake na student. So that's why while you are not yet ready, while you are still making changes, you have not yet finalized your quiz, do not show it to the students. So your visibility has to be hide from the course.
thank you ma'am.
So that walang kasi minsan yung mga estudyante, they're very quick. The moment they see an activity, they open it. No, and while you are still making changes, baka gusto mo pang mabaguhin, do not hide and do not unhide it yet. Okay, so ganun na lang. So thank you so much. I hope that I clarified everything. At this point, I'd like to call Mamayla to discuss the remaining items that needs to be discussed for this afternoon. Mamay?
Ma'am, last question po. Pwede sana
Hi,
makasingit.
sir. Sure, Sir Rodel.
Yung sa restrictions, ma'am ba? For example, ang nilagay ko is isang previous video. How do I make sure na matapos nilang yung video bago maging complete yung activity? Kasi baka gina-click lang nila activity, hindi nila na-watch yung completely yung video ba?
Sir, pakiulit.
Kasi yung sa restriction ko is they have to watch a certain video for them to open this activity. So how do I make sure na tinatapos nila yung video, natatapusin nila talaga? Pwede ba yun?
Okay. Hindi, sir. So you just have to maybe you can do some other units of measure, like for kunwari you ask them to you ask a particular question that will only be answered kung natapos nila yung video. Oo.
Okay po. So pero wala tayong controls na gano'n na hindi
Wala,
magiging
because especially because it's the video that you're talking about is external to PLMS.
Okay po. Thank you po.
So just make sure na lang na the allotted time that you have given them is enough for them to complete watching that video. And then also, you might want to, yung suggestion ko, add another unit of measure. Perhaps you can ask them one particular line or a word that is only known to them if they were able to finish the video.
Kasi pag ganun, pwede din nila ipasa-pasa kasi sa classmates na ang answer ganito.
So that's why we can give them a quiz also, or probably a reflection of that particular video. Yung mga sharing.
Noted po. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, may questions pa ba? Okay, I guess there's none. So, may I call on Mamayla to discuss the remaining items for this afternoon.
Thank you, Ma'am Jan. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still okay. We time check. It's 2:31. So let me just share my screen. Okay, so like what Ma'am Janice has mentioned, these are the things that we will be discussing this afternoon: importing your course data, backing up your course, restoring the course activities, and resetting the course. Now, this can be quite tricky, especially when it comes to importing. At the end of my discussion, we will be doing a simulation, and I will be explaining the concept illustration that we will be doing. Okay, so before we will start, may I request everyone to have a copy of the PLMS instance in another location. like for example, okay, so like for example, currently, if you're, in my case, my PLMS instance is in drive D, okay? Now, I would like you to copy another PLMS instance into two other locations. So say, for example, you will copy it in your flash drive, that would be drive E, and you will copy it also in another drive, that will be drive F, okay? So I will give you a few minutes to do this. I know it is quite, it would take time to copy the extracted folder. You have to copy the server folder and the PLMS instance to two other locations. Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so again, let me repeat. If your PLMS instance that you are using right now, or since day one, is in drive D, then you have to copy the PLMS instance, not the ones that you are using right now, but the extracted folder. I'm going to show you my screen first. For example, okay, so for example, I have my PLMS instance here in my root drive for in my drive D, and my extracted folder is actually here. So this one is the original copy of my server and my PLMS instance. So these are the two things that you're going to copy to your two other locations. Okay, because this is still very fresh. This is still new. Or you can copy the entire folder and then just copy it outside later. So you can copy this one and transfer it. Like in my case, I have here, I have copied the instance. So I have the server folder and the PLMS icon. And in my drive F, I also have the server folder and another instance of my PLMS. Okay, can we do that before we will start, so that when we do the simulation with using multiple VCs, it would be faster. It can two external devices, yes, or if you have three partitions in your computer or in your laptop, then one would be in another partition. Just make sure that it's not in drive C, because as what we have experienced last time, when you save your changes, the profile settings, I guess it will restore back to its default settings if you place it in drive C.
Myla,
Yes, sir. Yes, Sir Cooks.
is it okay if I just keep the zip file that I have now?
Yes, it's okay, sir.
Okay, thank
But you have to extract it again.
Okay. We will be using the new one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The new one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, you have to extract it first. You have to extract it again, and that will take a few minutes. If you only have one partition, yes, sir.
Just clarification. So now I have the working folder, the working files that I have then I'll be extracting the zip file to another folder.
To another drive, sir.
Yeah, to another drive. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
If you only have one partition, then just copy it, sir, to your flash drive. I hope you have 2 extra flash drives.
Yeah, noted, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am,
Sir Kevin? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am Ruchi?
is it really necessary to have 2 extra USB drive because we only have one?
As much as possible, yes, because the simulation will be done using 2 teachers from using different instances. But if you only have one extra location, then that would be better. At least we can simulate from one separate instance to and merge it to your existing instance. So the minimum would be 1 extra location.
Thank you po.
Okay. Yes, Ma'am Eliza?
Will it be okay if I only copy it to drive D, but my PLMS is not working properly with drive D or drive C? There is an issue regarding read and write. So, yung ginagamit ko po ngayon is nasa external lang. I don't have any USB, ma'am.
So is your external drive partition, ma'am? You can place it in another partition.
Ma'am, I only have one partition for the external.
Oh.
But I can copy it to drive D. However, it will not be working. There is a local host issue.
Okay. So, how do we do this? For that particular, anyway, ma'am, this session is recorded, so probably you can do it at a later time when you will have another extra USB or another external drive. But you will still be able to do the other activities like import, backing up, the ones that we are going to discuss. But the simulation, anyway, you can do it after.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir Larry, what was the problem, sir, with saving it in Drive C? Only the settings will change, but the VC will still be restored. The VC is still there.
I'm trying to avoid already using Drive C, so I have not tested that anymore. So anyway, for those who have difficulty having 2 extra locations, at least just one will do, I think. Anyway, it will be demonstrated by Myla. And you can, this is to illustrate several teachers,
multiple,
right?
Yes, sir.
I think you can follow along with the recording again later.
Okay. Okay. So we will wait.
Ma'am, can I ask a little assistance lang? Hirapan po ako mag-install ng application sa laptop ko. Hindi pa po ako nakapagsimula talaga. Can I share? While waiting lang po.
Sige, sir.
Hindi ko kasi nabutan pa yung hindi ko pa na-open yung previous video. Late na po ako nakapag-open. So, ano pong gagawin dito, ma'am?
That's okay already, Sir Rodel? What about the browser, sir? Anong makikita natin sa browser?
It should automatically open the browser or check your default browser.
Did it open a browser?
So mag-open muna ako ng, let's say, how do I do this? Yung share screen ko lang, sir, no? Or ano pong kailangan nyo makita?
Yung sa browser. Kasi your Spoodle is already running and I don't see any errors. I want to see what is shown in the browser.
Localhost.
Right. Sir, have you followed the steps? Okay. There are several scenarios for this one. This is one of our challenges when it comes to this particular issue.
Sir?
Yes?
I experienced that one, sir. What I did is I open it again and then type 2. I type 2, sir, then restart. Then, okay na siya, sir.
Oh, really?
Same problem, sir. Morning a problem.
Sige.
So, yung na okay na ron. Di-out sana ako kay murag wala to na properly out sa diya siguro.
So, in this case, ano po gawin ko? Any key to continue.
Okay. After that, you can close the Spoodle window, sir, and then let's try closing also those local host tabs, and then start PLMS again.
Okay po. Ito, node, no? Yes. Do you wish to put them in the archive?
Is he running it from the zip drive, a zip file?
Opo.
Oh no, you have to extract it, sir.
Extract it first, sir.
Okay. So no. What would I please? No. Ano po i-click ko dito? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Then what's the next thing to do po?
Probably, sir, you're gonna have to wait because it is extracting. It's gonna take some time.
Sir, have you copied that already, or have you previously extracted that one?
Actually, I extracted it already. It's already on.
Can I see on drive D?
Yes. So which ones po? This one.
Okay. You have to place the server file. If you can open the folder ched PLMS, that one. Again, open. Yes.
Okay.
Those two files. Wait. I think you're still extracting it. We'll wait for the extraction to finish na lang, just to be sure, because it might still be the actual files that's being copied right now or extracted. So after that one,
nothing. Okay, after po.
Those two files, dun sa ched PLMS folder, copy po natin yun directly sa drive D. So copy mo, tapos paste directly sa drive D. So dapat hindi siya nakalagay sa folder, sir. So yung dalawa.
I-highlight ito then.
Copy mo. Tapos paste sa drive D diretso. Diyan. Paste mo dyan. Yeah.
Sir Larry.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
When it's done, what's the next thing to do po?
You can try running it again.
Okay po. Thank you.
Welcome.
Sir Larry, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
When we, like, for example, we're going to be sharing this with the other teachers, we're going to just copy those two files in their flash drives?
Actually, I'll copy the actual PLMS. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. I thought you're referring to the virtual classroom, which will still be explained by Mamaila for this activity.
Oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you.
Okay, are we almost done?
29% pa po.
Copying pa po,
95%.
ma'am.
95%.
Okay, sige. We'll just wait.
Mamaila.
Yes, sir.
So two sets of these two files on two different locations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Question ko lang ma'am regarding sa activity 1, yung introduction, self-introduction. May date po ba yun para ma-complete? Activity completion?
Actually, sir, as far as I know, the deadline for all your activities is until March
Okay, kasi hindi pa siya
2022.
mark completed ba, so we cannot move to the next activity. Ganun, or was it designed that way? Or baka
No,
ako
sir.
lang.
Some are already complete. Some have already completed that activity. Kindly check. I think you have to comment on one of the. You have to comment in the forum, so that you will be able to complete
So
that particular part.
Aside from posting my own self-introduction, I have to comment to the others?
Yes, sir.
Okay po. Thank you.
In addition, ma'am, may na-experience ako, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kailangan ko lang basahin yung mga guides, no, yung video tour, yung mga ano sa online, ma'am, no. Kailangan din 'yun para okay, ma'am, no.
Yes,
Kasi
sir.
yun
Yes,
yung
sir.
problema ko din, yun din yung problema ko, hindi siya na-complete pero na-okay na ngayon.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have to watch all those videos as well.
Hello, ma'am. Can I
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
something? I was already successful downloading the PLMS, and then
That's
I was
your first
already
copy, ma'am. Your main copy of PLMS.
yes, I saved it in Drive D, and then I was able to do the banner and the first activity that was assigned. However, last night, because the PLMS does not work with my Mac, so I only use that in the desktop. So the desktop is used the whole day for the online class of my sons. So when I tried it last night, the PLMS cannot be open anymore. And then I placed the username and password. It's not opening anymore. It says na hindi daw tama yung user and password. Anong nangyari?
Have you did you change it, ma'am, to your personal password from instead of admin?
Yes, last time we tried it several times before we changed it, no? So admin, and then we changed the password, and then we log out, we did it again, we were able to get in. But the following day, yung mag-practice na ako sa activity 2, it cannot be open anymore.
Did you check, ma'am? Probably the server folder was deleted.
No, it was not deleted. It's there. Running naman siya. Ayaw niya lang mag-open and does not accept my user and password.
Oh.
Ano kaya yung problema? That was my problem. I had a hard time trying to open the PLMS last night because that's the only time I can practice following the instruction. So it cannot be open anymore. So right now, I'm just listening through my iPad, the proceedings, and then I do that at night. So,
okay.
Ano kaya yung problema?
Because right now, the PLMS will not be utilizing because it's an offline application. So that is why you cannot use the restore or the forget username and password. So you have to make sure that you don't really forget the username and password. Otherwise, you have to copy the instance again.
Okay. So I will start from the beginning again and then do what you are instructing right now. I have to delete that and then copy another PLMS again.
Yes, ma'am, from your extracted folder.
Okay.
Anyway, you can still you have enough time to submit the requirements for day 1, 2, and 3. So what you will be doing right now would just be for day 4. So as long as you have a new copy of your PLMS, you can still follow today's discussion.
Okay. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, ask ko lang po ma'am, since we're copying the file. Pag yung ano ma'am, pag natapos po namin yung mga halimbawa, pag natapos ko po na inkudan yung yung PLMS ko na mga module, na mga topics, mga exams. Yung isi-share ko po sa student is yung server tsaka yung apps niya sa kanila, ipapasa ko po sa kanila.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will be discussing that in a while. How to share it to your students. Okay,
Yes,
so while...
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sige. Thank you, sir. Okay, so while waiting for your files to be copied, then let's just start. Anyway, the instance that we will be using is the one that you are currently using right now. So in my case, I am using the PLMS instance from Drive D. Okay, so in your case, may I know where is it stored? The one that you have been using with the previous day's training?
I use C, ma'am. Drive C, ma'am. I use Drive C.
Okay, sige. So we can just open that for now. All right, so that we can start our discussion. And anyway, what is copied to your 2 flash drives are new instances of the PLMS, okay? So I hope it is halfway so that by the time we will be finished with our simulation, then your 2 instances of PLMS are also ready, okay? So some are using drive C, I, E, D, okay. All right, so let me just open my PLMS. Okay, I'm checking. Let me just restart to be sure, because I'm simulating 3 locations. So I just want to make sure that I am running from my main PLMS. Okay, for a while. Okay, sure, sir.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Magda.
so I am opening right now PLMS version 0. So this is my main PLMS. And in your part, I would like you to open also the PLMS that you have been using in since day 1, okay? Or the ones that contains already the different activities. That is the one that we will using. That is the one that we will be using for our activities this afternoon. Okay, so we call this PLMS 0. So I have here in my personal menu page, I have 3 virtual classrooms. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is to do the import command. Now, the import command, let me just open this one. A sample virtual classroom. Okay, the import command will allow you to copy the contents of an existing virtual classroom so that you don't have to recreate again that virtual classroom. Like for example, if you have two sections of a particular subject, so you will just structure one virtual classroom. You place your syllabus, you place your quizzes, your assignments, your activities, and everything, and then in order for you to utilize the same virtual classroom for another section, you just have to import it, okay? You don't have to create again another virtual classroom and do everything that you have done with your first section, okay? So we are in PLMS version 0. On your gear icon, everyone, may I request you to click admin. Then you can see here the course administration menu. And then you can find here import. Okay, you have here the admin settings, course administration, and then we have the import. Okay, let me click on the import command. So these are the courses that are currently in your instance. May I know how many courses have you created so far?
3, ma'am.
Okay, others have 1, others have 2, others have 3. Okay, that would be enough. So this time, we are going to copy a course to import data from. So in my list, I have here several. So we may have different list of options there. So you can just choose one option, one course that you want to apply import. Okay, so in my case, like for example, I will use ISB 11. Yes, Sir Cooks.
Miss Mai, in the files that I created, I mean the classes, I created 2, but is the the PLMS available to all of us, the portable one? There's an extra course short name, PLMS, that I see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the default. When
Okay.
you first install your PLMS, there's a default sample virtual classroom. So you can just use
Okay,
it
thank
as
you.
a part of the activity also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so have we clicked now on your specific course? So are you now on this page? Can you give me a thumbs up? Or you can just unmute your mic if you're here on this part. Okay, so again, let me just go back. For those who are not able to follow, you go to the gear icon or to the admin icon for the admin settings, course administration, and then you can find there the import command. Once you click on the import command, this screen will appear or will be displayed. So you just choose depending on the list of courses that are available there for import. You just choose one for the purpose of our practice, and then you may click continue. All right, so I hope everybody is already on this page.
We are on the same page.
Okay, thank you. So you now click on continue. So once you click on continue, you can find here the different steps that are involved in the import process. So first, you will have the course selection, initial settings, the schema settings, the confirmation and review, perform import, and then you have complete, excuse me, complete import process. Okay, so by default, all of these are selected by the system. So you will just accept everything that are being selected. Okay, so we will just import everything. It would depend on your storage capacity, sir. Okay, so you can find here on this, on the bottom part of the screen, you have the jump to final step. If you will just accept everything that the system is going to set for import, but you can also click on next so that you can go through the different phases of the import process. Okay, so let me click on next. I hope you are already on this page. Next is we will be given choices. Okay, so under the schema settings, we are going to be presented with the different activities and resources that we have created in the virtual classroom for, in my case, it's ISB 11. So in my ISB 11 last time, I was able to create a section called IT and History. I had history of computers document file. I have a picture. I had another document file, and then I had a resources folder. I also had video. So all of this will be selected by default. Okay, so you can actually choose to deselect some. Like for example, you don't want to copy the announcements, or you don't want to copy, for example, this is a sample label. You will not include that in the import, or probably this one, I will not include that. So you can basically just check or uncheck each item. So by default, these items are selected. Okay, everything is selected when you're going to import. So you have the freedom to check. You have the freedom to determine which of this will be included in the import. So may I know if you are already on the schema settings, or should I go back? At the end of the page, you can find the next. So if you're done with this part, you can just click next. Okay, for the others, I will wait for you to give me a signal that you are done. Okay, I can see some thumbs up from my gallery view. For the others, I will wait for your go signal that it's okay for me to proceed. So again, for the rest who were not able to perform earlier, you go to admin settings and then you click on import. And then after clicking on import, you have to choose which course are you going to import. And then once you click on OK, you will be guided with a different step. So right now we are in step 3 on choosing which activity, which resource will be included in the import process. Okay, so I hope you are now finished on this part. So let me click on next. So the next step would be the confirmation and review. Now, in the previous step, I have unchecked 2 items. Okay, so let me just review if those items were not selected here. So you can see if this item, this activity or resource will be included in the import process because there is a green check mark. Okay, so the green check mark would tell you that that's included. The red X, the red mark would tell you that that is not going to be included in the import process. So in the previous step, I have deselected these 2 resources, the how to activate my sole account teachers, and then this is a sample label. I have just unchecked that so that you would see the difference when you're going to proceed to this particular step. So basically, in this particular phase of the import process, you will just be presented just for you to review, because once you will, you wouldn't want to perform the import process again and again. So as much as possible, you will only import the course if there is a need, and you don't have to keep on doing it again. Okay, so we are now on the confirmation and review. So these are the things that will be imported. Okay, so on the bottom part of your screen, you can see the previews and you can see the perform import. So if I am going to click on previews, then it will go back to the previous step. It will go back to the previous screen. So for us to move forward, and we are sure that those are the activities that we will be doing, then let's click perform import. So you can see here your progress bar, and you have now the notification that the import is complete. This is actually one screenshot assignment that you're going to submit. You can repeat it later if you want to, or you can have this screenshot so that you already are finished with that first assignment. Okay, so you may now click on continue. So let me check if that particular course has been imported. So how do you know if it's there?
Ma'am, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
After I have imported it, the response to me is invalid course module ID. How can I retrieve this one?
And can you share your screen, ma'am?
I cannot share it, ma'am. Wait lang po.
Yeah, same concern din po.
Same with me, ma'am.
Similar course ID?
Yes, ma'am. Same problem sa kanila, ma'am.
Invalid po. Invalid course module ID.
Valid, ma'am. Ma'am, this one, ma'am.
Let me see.
And
Can somebody share their screen? Let me stop my own share screen so I can see your error. Because supposedly when you do the import,
ma'am, I just
wouldn't
opened
be any error.
Ito po. Sorry, I just want to share mine po. Here's the one.
Yes, sir. Sure, please.
Yun. I encountered this when I tried to more information about this error, it says contact administration, or here po, it says something like that. The ID for the course is invalid.
Yes.
Please contact the site admin for some unknown reason.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Can you go back to your course menu page and kindly open the course settings for the course that you would like to import?
Sure po. Import. Tama po ba? Am I doing this correctly?
No, sir. Let me see first your course that you want to import.
Okay po. Let me go back to my courses. This one po.
Yes, sir. That's the one that you're going to import. Can you click it, sir? So I can see the course settings.
Okay.
Click the gear icon, sir, please.
Sure.
Admin settings.
Course admin. I'll go to import or not yet.
Edit settings first.
Edit settings. Okay.
Yung
Yes, sir.
course ID, number siya, ma'am, no? Yung data number.
Combination, sir. Here?
Yes, ma'am. Baka number yan, no? Kasi
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a course number. You have not provided that one, sir?
Yeah, I did not po. Do I need to indicate something there?
Actually, no. I don't usually input something there. Let me just check to be sure for my course, because that is actually the first time. Then please, no, sir, just continue. Let me just check mine for a while, for a very short while. My course ID number is empty.
Okay.
So probably that's where the error comes.
Yeah, the error says when we try to explore the error itself, it says we have to contact the admin, and then there was a discussion, something like it's because
that's from the Moodle. So can we just remove the course ID, because anyway, in my case, I have not been using that, because anyway you have the course short name, which represents your course code, and then you have the course full title. So that would suffice. So I guess that you also have the same problem with Sir Jumeo. So can you go back to your course settings and make sure that your course ID number is empty?
How do we empty it po ba? May I know po?
You just remove it, sir.
It's already empty.
But you still encountered the same error, sir, on course ID?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the same with them.
Oh. Sir Jade, I would like to ask Sir Jade, our technical expert on PLMS, because I haven't experienced that kind of error since I started using. Yes, sir. They have encountered the invalid course ID, sir, during import. Some have provided the course ID, so I let them remove them, but the others do not have the course ID, but they still encountered the same error.
Where specifically during the import process, ma'am? Is it during the restoration itself or during the import process pa?
Import pa, sir. Import.
What was the error, ma'am? Invalid ID?
Invalid course ID.
Module ID.
Sir Jomeo, can you
Can you
share your screen, please?
Okay po. On it po. Sure. I'll go to my course first so that you can see the error. And then when we try to, okay, there, leave. Okay.
Just leave.
Up on it po. And then I'll try to import. Import po. And then I followed the same process. One moment. Okay, there. So I try to do MP-STRA. That's the course I wish to import. And then
wait, sir.
Sorry.
You are currently in your principles and strategies in teaching math,
yes,
right?
PLMS.
And what you have imported is also the same course.
It will cause an error.
Yes, that will cause an error. You should be importing another course, right, sir?
It should be it should be in a different course, sir. So
it should be from
the destination course and the source course. They should be different courses.
That's why.
Yes, sir. So the idea of importing is that you're importing contents from a course, let's just say that would be
Existing
your source
course.
course, and then you're going to import the contents of that course to a different course, not on the same course.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So I have to create another course for that matter. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mm.
Okay.
The
Noted po.
best way to illustrate import is that, like for example, if you're handling a subject and you have, like, let's just say you have multiple sections, like sections A, B, and C, and then you have created the contents from section A. So you're going to import the contents from section A to sections B and C. So that's basically how importing works.
With the same
Yes,
subject,
sir.
sir.
With the same subject, yes.
Okay. Noted. Noted po. Salamat.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Miss
Sir Jade.
Myla,
Yes, sir.
we
Where is
started
that?
out
Sir Cooks.
we started out with the opening of the existing course kanina.
Yes, sir.
So I did everything. I clicked the import.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is wrong. But what I
Yes.
found out is it actually created the same contents within the same course. So everything got doubled in my case.
That is because you have copied
Yes.
from the same course.
Yeah, because kanina the instruction was we did not create a new course. So
Yes,
we
sir.
opened an existing course, then we just click import. So in my case, there was no error, pero
Okay.
it doubled the contents of the entire course, basically. Parang ganun. So
Yes.
we backtrack. We have to create first a blank course.
That is one idea, sir. Let me share my screen.
Okay. Thank you. Miss Myla, follow-up question na
Yes,
lang
sir.
po.
Yes, sir.
Is
For a
there a
while.
way for us to undo what we did just right now? Like it doubled the entire contents of the course? Is there a way to to backtrack everything?
Wait, we will wait, sir, ha?
Can I answer,
Wait.
ma'am?
Yes, sir, Jade, because I haven't experienced that one. Go, sir,
For that,
Jade.
sir, yeah, for that, sir, we really cannot undo, especially if it's the import process. So if all the
Okay.
content has been duplicated, then really what you
Yes.
can do is to clean out the course. I mean,
Yes.
remove
Okay.
the duplicates.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's gonna be the problem
hello?
pala, sir, no? Because you have doubled, if you have created an entire course content, tapos nagkamali ka, you'll have to really go back and delete everything, every
Yes, sir.
section.
And tapos hindi mo pa siya pwedeng i-bulk delete. Talagang individually per item di-delete
Yes.
mo siya.
Okay.
So
Noted
that
po.
would be
Thank you.
tedious on your end.
Yeah.
Sige, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me po. Hello, good
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Opo. Same, I think I have the same problem with Sir Cooks. When I do the importing, I have imported successfully. But I think there were two things that I missed. Yung sinabi mo po, ma'am, kanina na i-deselect ko siya. So that was my thinking. How do I revert the action to the previous one? Yung dapat i-deselect ko yung dalawang items because I missed it. So paano po ba siya? So kung nagkaroon ng duplication, how are we going to complete? Sir Jade said i-complete. So how are we going to do that po? Kasi magkakaroon ng dalawang courses na.
If you are still not if you were not able to import it successfully, ma'am, there is a previous button. You can just go back. But if you have import it successfully, then you just have the only solution there is to remove those double parts of the course.
Okay, so you're going to teach us later how to remove the double parts, ma'am. Ano po?
The double, yes, ma'am. There will be those are different sections that you can just delete from your virtual classroom.
Sige po. Salamat.
Okay, sige po. Okay, so let me go back. I wasn't able to make it clear with you when I checked my when I did the import on my part. I was opening the sample virtual classroom, and then what I imported was the ISB 11. So I guess this is one of the disadvantages of virtual training. I cannot see your screen, so I am sorry for that. So let me just go back again. So I have here, make sure, so there are two things when you're going to do import. So first, you have an existing virtual classroom, and you will just copy the contents from an existing virtual classroom to so that you don't have to redo the activities again that you have finished with your first virtual classroom. So what I have demonstrated a while ago is I have the sample virtual classroom, and then I tried to import the contents from my ISB 11. Okay, so let me just go back. The best way is actually to create the course, because in your case you only have I guess some had only one. Others had two. That is why I asked earlier if you had more than one, because we will just copy it directly instead of creating another course. So you have two options. You can create the course, or you can just import directly using an existing virtual classroom and import from another virtual classroom. So that we will be on the same page, can we just create a new course?
Ismaila.
Yes, sir.
I already understand it. The way I understand it pala is we have to create first the course. Like if I have 3 sections, I'll have to make section A, B, and C first with
Yes, sir.
the complete content, and
Yes,
then
sir.
I just have to import it in B and C.
Yes, sir. That's right. Yes,
Kanina,
sir.
I was
That's right.
expecting kanina, I was excited. Now when we just imported everything, I thought it was gonna create a duplicate course automatically. So that was the missed point of the entire discussion kanina.
Yes, sir. Because I was just utilizing our existing virtual classroom. So what will actually happen there is it would still perform successfully if you have imported from a different course.
Yes.
From a different course, and anyway, on the assumption that the virtual classroom that we used for import is still empty, or it will just be merged with whatever contents that are there.
Yes,
okay,
because
so
if
I am
we have
sorry
two
for that.
different if we have 2 different courses, tapos we opened one and we imported a different course, it will actually add the content of that other course to this new course.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, sir. So let me, for us, okay. So for us to be on the same page, let us first create our first course. So that is the one that we will use to import the contents from our existing courses. So everyone kindly go to browse all courses. And then let's create a new course. And then the same thing that we did last day 2, you're going to provide the full name and the short name. So for example, in my case, so this will be the second section for my ISB 11. So I will just accept the default settings. Okay, so for those who were able to miss it, let's create first a course so that we can do the import together. So you click on browse all courses, and then you will be brought to this page. Then you provide the course full name and the course short name. And then just accept for now the different settings. You can just adjust it later. Okay, and then just click Save and Return. Okay, so for those who were able to do the import successfully, congratulations. For those who are creating a new course, then still congratulations. All right, so I hope you were able to create a new course, a new virtual classroom. So in my case, I have an existing ISB 11. I will treat that as section A, and then I have created again a second section for ISB 11. Okay, so yes,
can I
sir.
say something? Sa mga nagka-successful yung import kanina and they had duplicates, be careful of deleting sections. I just found out now, if I delete one section at saka may duplicate sa baba, it will also delete the duplicate. So
it will also delete?
Yes, ma'am. I just lost 2 successive sessions. I created 5 sections already. It duplicated kanina. When I deleted the top section with the same title with the one below, it also deleted that other section. Now I'm left with nothing in my entire classroom.
The other section is a subsection, sir, or it is on the same level, same category?
Like for example, I have introduction, then I have chapter 1.
A doubled introduction, yes.
It doubled the introduction, it doubled the chapter 1, it doubled chapter 2. I deleted chapter 1 first, and then chapter 2, thinking that the duplicates will be left.
Yes.
And only I just, when I scroll down, there's nothing left. So I'll have to start from scratch again. So just a warning for those who might experience this.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that experience, Sir Cookie. Sir Cooks.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am.
So buti na lang hindi to yung final pa na virtual classroom. That is made ready for your students, because that would really be a problem. Okay, so we have already created our second section. I hope you are already here. So let me just enroll myself first as teacher so that I will be able to. Let's enroll. How do we enroll ourselves? Let's go back to the admin. This is also part of our review. So let's go back to the admin and then click on users and then enrolled users. Remember, when we create a new course and we do not enroll ourselves as teacher, we do not see that particular course on our course menu page. Okay, so but it will, if you're going to click on browse all courses, you will be able to see it there. So it's very important that you have to enroll yourself as teacher. Okay, so I will look for my name. Sorry. Enroll users, click enroll users. And then look for your name as teacher. The role should be teacher. And then click enroll users. All right, so if you are able to enroll yourself, then you should be able to see your new course, new virtual classroom in your course menu page. Okay, so I have here section B already, and this is section A, the one that we have created for day 2. So can I get a thumbs up? If you were able to create a new virtual classroom, and then we will do the import together. So from Ma'am Charmaine, you manually went to each section and deleted duplicated activities. So far, my sections were not duplicated. Thank you for sharing that one, Ma'am Charmaine. Okay, how about the others?
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay na? Okay, how about the others?
Wait muna, ma'am.
Okay, sure.
Ma'am, may tanong ako, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yung sa mag-add ng user, ma'am, dun sa student, ma'am, kailangan dun sa admin pauna, ma'am, no?
Yes, admin, course administration, and then enroll users.
Course administration, yung
Yes, sir.
Hindi siya ma-enroll, ma'am, pag walang, ano, ma'am, no? Hindi siya ma-create ng user muna sa
Katong
system
sa site administration. But you have uploaded your users last day too, right? So it is just there.
Ginawa ko kasi, ma'am, doon ako nagkuha sa ano, sa site admin ba yun, yung nagdagdag ng user, tapos saka na siya makita doon sa course, ano, pag madagdag na siya.
Oh, but you have to enroll the user after adding the users in the site administration. In the course administration is now specific to your virtual classroom, specific to your course. So that is where you have to enroll yourself as teacher and then your students as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome, sir. So please tell me if you are still doing the creation of a new activity so we can wait for you before we will proceed. Okay, I hope you are now ready with your second virtual classroom.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, sure. Let's wait. We will wait for you, ma'am. And for the others as well.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon for my voice, ma'am, because I'm not feeling well since Monday. Just finished copying the PLMS on my flash drive, ma'am, and I only have one external device. I just wanted to ask, ma'am, if what I have done in my original PLMS is also the same that will appear in my flash drive, because I tried opening it, ma'am.
If you have copied the instance, the one that is shown on your drive D, the one that you are using, if that's the one that you have copied, then it would be the same instance, ma'am. But supposedly you will copy the fresh one, the one that is inside the extracted folder, because when we use the PLMS, it should be in the root drive, right? It is in your external drive.
Because the PLMS I am using since Monday was in drive C, ma'am, of my laptop.
Okay, and then what did you copy to your external drive? What did you copy to your external drive, ma'am?
The one that I downloaded, ma'am, not on my drive C.
Okay. So it will be two different instances, ma'am. That's good. That's good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You're welcome. Yes, sir.
If I may add on Miss Apple's concern, don't try. In my experience, I copied the original to another location, and I ran it to test, and it just gave me an error message saying that I cannot run the same program on the same local host. And it just reopened actually my original work on Drive C. That's what I experienced so far.
Is that the PLMS that you are? We will refer to that as your version 0, sir.
Yeah, I have my one in Drive C. I've been using since Monday.
Okay.
Then just earlier, I copied another one on a different drive. So that's basically the one that we downloaded originally.
Yes, sir.
I tried running the original one from a different drive. So it just gave me an error that I cannot run two instances of the same local host address or something.
You have to shut down first your Spoodle for your
Yeah.
Drive C.
Yes po. That's
Before
what I
you can run the
experienced.
other one.
Kasi I might be also answering the question of Miss Apple that if we run two different programs, it might encounter the one that I experienced, that it just reopened the original one.
Yes,
It
sir.
reopened the one I've been working on since Monday. So
Yes, sir.
parang
Yes, sir.
she might get confused that I copied the one and it just opened the one that I've been working on. Parang
Okay.
ganun.
Yes, sir. Thank you
you.
for the input, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But is it okay, ma'am, if I have this situation? Or what should I do?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. For now, that's okay. We will be using that at a later part na after our discussion.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So right now, what you should be running is your original version of your PLMS, the one that contains the things that you did from day one.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello,
All
ma'am.
right. So, yes, sir.
Ano yung ginawa mo dito sa 11B, ma'am? Hindi pa na-import ito, ma'am, no?
Wala pa, sir. Hindi pa natin siya na-import.
Try mo daw import, ma'am. Kasi sa akin, ma'am, yung progress ba, ma'am, nagbago dito, ma'am, may mga nadagdag na may nadagdag na di dapat madagdag.
We will, yes, we will start
Kasi
importing.
Ma'am, no? Baka doon sa pag-check sa import, ma'am, no? Kaya nagka-double-double ng iba, ma'am, no? especially sa announcements?
Yes, it is possible, sir. Okay, so are we ready now? Is our new virtual classroom ready so we can start the import process? All right, so I guess that is enough time for us. All right, so let us now open our new virtual classroom that we have just created. So in my case, it is the section B of ISB 11. So this time, let us go back again and perform the import process. So we will go to the gear admin icon. Okay, admin settings, course administration, and then let's go to the import. Okay, when we click on the import, so we will now import our course contents that are found in your first section. So in my case, I will copy the contents of ISB 11, this is my section A, to my section B so that I don't have to redo the activities and resources that I have placed there. Okay, so let's click the original virtual classroom. And then let's click continue. So again, in the initial settings window, you can find here the default settings that will be imported. And as you can see, all of them are checked by default by the system. So you will just accept that as is. And then let's click next so we can proceed with each phase. So under the schema settings, as I have discussed earlier, so these are the list of activities and resources that are found in my original ISB section, in my section A. So I had announcements, I had a section on IT and history, I had history of computers file, I have an image, I also have some videos. So in your case, I'd like you to deselect two activities or resources just to check if those were not included in the import later. So in my case, I will just deselect this one, for example, and this one, the sample book. So you can choose which to unchecked. Are we done on this part? Okay, so how about the others? You just check two. The rest, you just accept it. All right, so let us now click on next. So this is now the confirmation and review. This is just to let you review and confirm if those are really the things, the activities and resources that you would like to be imported to your new virtual classroom. So those that will be included in the import will have the green check, and those that will not be included will have the red X mark. Okay, so you can find all of the things that will be included and not included in the import process. If there are some things that you are not sure that you want to import and you want to go back, then you can just click on previews. But if you are okay with all those things that are checked and unchecked, then you can now start performing the import process. Okay, so can we start the perform import process? Or shall I go back? To which part?
Perform import, ma'am.
Okay, so let's perform the import process. Okay, so your progress bar should be displayed there, And this time, there shouldn't be any errors that you should encounter. Okay, so I hope you were able to do this successfully. So you can screenshot this activity because this is one of the requirements in the assignment so that you don't have to do it again.
Miss Ma,
So I will wait for the others to give me a go signal if they were able to import it successfully.
Miss Myla.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Pwede mag-suggest.
Yes, sir.
Maybe in the next iteration ng LMS, na this one, then the next version, maybe the developers could add a duplicate course button if it is possible na lang.
Instead of import?
Importing kasi it's quite tedious. We create the course, then we import. What if there's a duplicate button that we will just pick the course and then the whole contents can be duplicated? Just like what we did.
Okay.
Maybe that's, maybe that's
yes.
possible.
I will relay that to Sir Jade and to Dr. Dave as well, sir. Dr. Marshall.
Yeah, just thinking around kasi yung mga teachers na iba,
it's much easier.
Kasi other teachers, they're not that techy naman. They might encounter, what we're going through right now. And then they might get discouraged of using technology.
That's right.
Sa amin nga lang, my experience was when we started teaching Google Classroom, it was a big fuss already with the non-techie people. So
that's right.
medyo this is very interesting. It just needs a little bit more siguro mga additional buttons here and there.
Yes,
to make it
and more practice and familiarization with the interface.
I'm beginning to like actually the PLMS.
Thank you, sir.
I'm getting the hang of it. I'm now concerned na when we try to share this back with the other teachers in our school, there might be some
how they would accept it and adapt to it.
That's usually the problem when we share new technologies. Anyway, thank you, ma'am.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Sir Cooks. Yes, Ma'am Eliza.
Ma'am, I'm just
yes,
wondering why my topic becomes duplicate. I do have 2 assignments, I don't know why.
Did you import, ma'am, did you import from the same course? You did not create a new course, ma'am?
No, ma'am. I created section 1A above the one that I have.
Okay.
Then when I import it, or
you imported from your original, not from section 1A.
Yes, ma'am. The sections that I have has 2 sections, the same. Pareho sila parang nag-duplicate, ma'am.
So in that case, ma'am, I guess what you have done is you have imported from the same course, from the same virtual classroom. So that is why it has duplicated, because supposedly it should not duplicate if you just copy it from a different virtual classroom. Can you share your screen, please?
Ma'am, hindi kaya nagdoble ako ng import, kaya naging ganito to. Ma'am, you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Wait. Let me stop share. You have successfully imported earlier?
Yes, ma'am. Then when you repeat the process, I also repeat the process.
Okay.
So I have two import. I do 2 import. So
that's
hindi
okay
kaya
for now,
ma'am.
Yes, that could be the reason, ma'am.
So pagka nag-import, ma'am, once lang. para hindi siya magdoble. Kasi yung sections niya nagdoble siya eh.
Yes,
Siguro
ma'am.
yun lang yun,
You
ma'am.
can do the import, but you will just choose those items that were not imported in your first import process.
Yes, ma'am. The one that yung first ko kasi I include all. The second import that I made, I didn't include topic 2 up to the last topic since wala naman akong nilagay sa kanya. So
Okay.
yung section nito is 2. The other one contains topic 2, topic 3, and the rest of the topic. The other one doesn't include anything.
So probably you have checked the same activities or sections that were already existing. So that is why it has duplicated.
So ma'am, how do I remove this one?
You have to for now the PLMS does not support the bulk deletion of the section, so you have to delete them individually, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you po.
All right.
Hello,
So
ma'am.
yes, sir.
Ma'am, pwede ipatuloy yung sa iyo, ma'am, para makita namin yung result.
Yes, sir. Sure. So this should now be the second section that I have created and I have also imported. So let me just check. Let me just show you. In my section A, I have IT and history, computer hardware. These are the two sections that I have created. So here, let me go to my section B. And indeed, I also have the same sections that were created in my section A. So I have IT and history, and I also have computer hardware and software. So that is because the import process was successful. So if anybody could share their screen to show that they were able to import a course, a virtual classroom successfully.
May I share, ma'am?
Sure, ma'am. Oh, wait. Okay. Yes. You can now start sharing.
Okay, can you see it po? So, initially,
yes, ma'am.
I had three classrooms. Ito po, this one, and ito po. But
Okay.
when you gave us the instruction to maximize the import feature, so so this is my original classroom po.
Okay.
So I have the different, the following modules. So
Wow,
for
you have a
module
lot
1,
already.
dito ko po ginawa lahat ng mga activity po na na-require para po matapos ko lahat ng mga requirements.
Okay.
And then when I did the importation, let's go back to my class. Okay, so katulad din naman ng ginagawa natin yung sinabi ni Sir na sana may duplicate lang, etc. So ang ginawa ko na lang talaga, in-import ko lahat ng nandun sa kabila kasi nga pareho lang naman dapat yung for my first section and the section B. So I was able to get naman everything.
Okay.
Ito lang ang nadoble kasi siguro hindi ko na-click yung ewan ko kasi nga itong announcement ang nadoble for this one, but when we will go to the first module, ito po, lahat po ay nakuha niya kasi chinek ko po lahat.
Oo. So because our setup for our PLMS is that there is already a default announcement because we cannot unlike in our version of my soul, we can create forums, but for PLMS we cannot create forum because we are not connected to the internet except for the announcements forum. So probably that is why it was duplicated when you tried to import. But anyway, you can just delete that, ma'am.
Yeah,
I hope that is the only one that is duplicated. Yes, ma'am. That's the only one that is duplicated.
Okay. So, okay na po, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing. How about another one from another participant? Yes, ma'am Edna.
So ito po yung aking dinuplicate na subject. So I have optics B. So
that's your section B.
Nakita ko rin po yung diniscuss kanina ni ma'am na na-double yung forum. So na-delete ko na po yung isa.
Okay.
So nagaya ko na po siya agad. And basically po halos lahat ng ginawa ko dun sa isa kong classroom, ito na din po yung balik. So ito na po yung akin. Ang hindi ko lang po makita, bakit po dito may progress bar? Dito po sa pangalawa, wala.
Because you have not started anything yet for your second virtual classroom.
Okay po ma'am. So kahit kung ano man po yung nakalagay po dito, 13 po kasi progress dito. Dito naman po sa Optics B, ganun din po, halos 13 din. So,
yes ma'am, yes ma'am.
Ayan po. Okay po. So yun po sa akin.
Okay, thank you very much ma'am. Another one? Can we have another representative? Yes. Okay, so are we now okay with import? Let me check the chat.
Yes.
Ma'am Santos, Miss Santos. Okay na? Were you able to perform it?
Ma'am, pwede ma'am pa-repeat ma'am yung import? Medyo nawala kasi ako doon ma'am.
Sure, sir, sure. Okay, so let me go back. So this is on the assumption that you have already created a new course. Okay, and let me just use this one, sample virtual, so that will not duplicate. So when you're going to do the import process, you have to click on the gear icon to open the admin settings. And under course administration, you just click on import. Okay, so let me repeat that. Admin settings, course administration, import. And then once you will click import, this is the window that would be displayed. So we might have different list of courses. So in your case, you can just choose which course would you like to copy the contents from. So make sure that it is not the same virtual classroom that you are currently opening. So like for example, when I created section B, I copied or I imported the contents from section A of ISB 11. So here, I have intentionally opened sample virtual classroom because I have already done the import to my section B so that we will not encounter that problem on duplicate. So I will copy the contents still from my ISB 11, and then click on continue. Okay, so I will wait for your feedback if you are able to reach this part.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay. Then you just have to click continue. All right, just a warning for those who are done, you do not do the import process again on the same virtual classroom because it will create duplicate activities and resources. If you want to practice, you can do it in another virtual classroom that is empty. Like you can do it in the sample virtual classroom that we had. Okay, so you have here the initial settings. You just need to click next. No need to uncheck. And then here, for your schema settings, this is where you can choose which to import and which not to include in your import process. Okay, so those that will be included has a blue check mark by default. Those that will not be included, you can simply uncheck it like that. Okay, I think this is the one. When we did the import, there are 2 announcements. So that is why when you imported it, it also copied 2 announcements. So you can just uncheck this one so that you will not be copying 2 announcements. I think this is the reason for the double announcements. Okay, so are we done on this part? So we will just copy everything, then let us click next. And then you have the confirmation and review. Then again, you perform the import.
Excuse ma'am.
Yes, sir.
May nakita ako ma'am, doble pala doon sa ma'am, yung mga data sa na-check.
Announcement.
Hindi lang sa announcements ma'am, pati yung sa ma'am, yung mga nailagay ng mga sa amin ba ma'am, yung mga other na mga doble ng check. So kailangan i-uncheck yun dito.
Yes, sir. Oo.
Kaya pala nagdoble yung sa akin kasi doble yung pinakita sa kanya tapos next lang kami. So kaya yung nagdoble.
That's why it's important under confirmation and review. In my case, it was only the announcements that was duplicated. In your case, it might have more sections or activities and resources that might have duplicated. So probably it's because we have been copying different or adding a lot of things into it. It is just a sample virtual classroom. So that is why there were several duplicate entries. So that is also one reason why we need to review some of the or the list of the activities or resources that should be and should not be imported. Okay, so were you able to do the perform import already? I will not click next on my end because I have already done it. So for those who are not able to do it yet, you just click on perform import. It is going to give you a progress bar and then a message that the import process was successful. Then after that, you can go back to your personal menu page and you would be able to see there your newly created virtual classroom with the contents copied from your first virtual classroom, like section A copied to section B. Okay, congrats for those who were able to do the import successfully. For the others, I hope you are catching up.
Pwede pakita yung sa akin ma'am para
Sure,
yung ibang
sure.
na nag-google ma'am, makita din nila ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Sige ma'am.
Please share.
Nakita na ma'am?
Not yet.
Yan ma'am, nakita
There.
na ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir. We can see your
So
screen now.
ito yung sinabi ko na na-check kasi ito lahat So kailangan niya i-uncheck. Kailangan
yes, because there are
kasi andito na yan sa taas. Yan.
resources for Unit 1. That's right.
Kaya yun, nandyan pa din kailangan i-uncheck pa din ito.
So that they will not be included again.
Yan. So tapos next na ma'am yun na yung
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yun yung nangyari, bakit nagdoble tayo kasi siya, ewan ko anong nangyari sa
I guess it was because of the first import. When we did the first import, when you imported from the same virtual classroom, diba, it was duplicated. And then when we created a new course, we imported from that virtual classroom, which was already duplicated. So that is why it was also carried over to the second virtual classroom.
So next na, tama na ito ma'am. Ganun yan.
Yes, sir. That's right.
So
up to perform import.
Yan,
you can
na-X
just,
na yung mga nag-double.
that's right.
Okay, so yan. Okay, so, okay, print screen na to, ma'am.
Oh,
Okay,
yes, sir.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Mag-share na ako, ma'am. Thank you. Sana
Yes.
nakatulong.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So how about the others? Are we all done with the import process? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Alvi, Mark, how about the others? Can I get a thumbs up, please, before I will share back my screen and we will discuss the second topic.
Okay na.
Okay, so how about the others? Are you still performing the import? For those who are done, very good. Congratulations. For those who are still doing it, you can do it. Okay, so can we proceed now with backing up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let me proceed with backing up, with a topic on backing up. And for those who might have problems or questions later on with import, if you still have time, I can assist you, or we can discuss it after the training, or you can post also in the forum. We will still be available even after the training. Okay, so let me share my screen again. Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The second topic that we are going to discuss is the backing up of your course data. So why is it important that we will back up your course data? So that we will be able to restore it in the future. We will be able to reuse the activities, the resources that we have included in this virtual classroom. Okay, so what do we do in order for us to back up our data? So kindly open a virtual classroom. So preferably the one that has a lot of contents already, the one that you use starting with day one. So let us use that. And then again, let's go back to the admin settings icon or your gear icon. And then before your import, you can find here your backup. Okay, so the backup option is used for you to come up with a backup data of your virtual classroom for restoration in the future. You can reuse, recycle the activities. You can add the same resources that you have added in your first virtual classroom. So like, for example, if you're teaching programming 1 in first semester, and then you will be teaching the same subject by the first semester of the next school year, then you can just utilize those activities, those resources that you have added. Okay, you don't have to do it again. And then make some modifications if you like. Okay, so again, we go to the admin settings, then we go to backup. So this is the first window that pops up, that is open the moment you click on the backup option. So under the backup window, you can find here the initial settings, the schema, the confirmation and review, the perform backup, and the complete. So if you notice, more or less the process is the same with your import, except that with the import, you're getting your copying contents to your new virtual classroom. Here, it's the virtual classroom itself that you are performing the backup, okay? So for a while. All right, so we have here the different settings. Then we will just accept the default settings, and then let's go to the next step. So if you just want to accept again the default settings of the system, then that means you're going to back up everything. You can just click on jump to final step, similar to clicking the import button or duplicate button or this one. You're going to back up without thinking of all those processes. Okay, so let me just go through each step so you can see how it looks like. So let us now click on next. So here, just like what you have seen in the import screen, it is also listed here the activities and the resources that are currently in your virtual classroom, and they are selected by default. This means these are the ones that will be included in your backup. So if you don't want to include some, then you can just uncheck them. So like for example, I have 2 announcements here. So I will remove that. Or of course, there would be separate announcements in my next section. So I will just remove the announcements part, or I will just let this remain. And then I will be copying everything. I will remove this one because this is not related to the course. Then let me, okay, so assuming I will accept the rest. So let me now click on next. Yes, Sir Christian?
Ma'am, yung user data po, yun po yung data sa class niyo po, no? Mga scores nila.
Yes, sir.
Yan, ma'am.
You can include that in the backup. But we would not recommend that one because that would also consume too much space. But for the purpose so that you will have your own copy, then you can still include that in your backup.
Okay, ma'am, kasi naisip ko, ma'am, ba, yung hiningi nila kanina na gusto nila na magkaroon ng direct na ano, so baka duplicate. Ito na yun, no? Oo, baka pwede na to.
Yes, sir. Duplicate?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Kasi backupan siya.
Oo.
Ma'am, excuse me.
No. Yes, who's this? Yes, ma'am.
For beginners like us, would it be safer to perform the backup first before the import? Okay, I am thinking if, say for example, if we have the parent course and we want to make a new course for 2 or 3 sections, i-backup na muna namin yung pinaka-parent course before we make the import to the other 2 or 3 sections maybe, or the next 2 or 3 new courses that we will make.
Yes, ma'am. You can also do the backup first before the import. But if you do the backup before, so that would mean that you have not yet created the scores. There are no scores yet from your students, but the activities are already there just for the purpose of making sure that you have saved all of this. Then you can perform the backup. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Salamat, ma'am.
Okay. I think somebody also raised her hand. Sir, Miss Dominic?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Dominic? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, ask ko lang po, if gumawa tayo ng backup, and then nag-edit tayo ng part ng ating ng course. So, ina-automatic save na ba 'yon or doon lang
Hindi,
sa
sir.
niya? Hindi.
Hindi, sir. You have to back it up again.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sige.
Okay. So, any more questions? All right. So here you can see the activities and resources that would be included in the backup. So if you will just accept that one, then you just scroll down to the bottom of the page and then you will click next. Okay, so again, you get the confirmation and review just like the import. I have unchecked some items. So this one were not included by default. So that is why there is a check. There is an X mark. And then the course logs, the grade history were not included. On my part, I have unchecked the announcements because there are two announcements. So that is why one has a check mark, the other has an X mark. All right. So if you're satisfied with all of those things that are presented on your screen, then you can start performing the backup. Okay, so for those who would like to proceed, then you can click on Perform Backup. For those who were not able to follow the steps, let me go back. Because after perform the backup, you will see again the progress bar, and then you will see the message that the backup has been completed. And then, yes, there is another step. You have to save it in a specific location. Okay, so I will show it to you. Yeah, let me answer this one first. Yes, who raised her hand or his hand? Sir Cooks.
Miss Mai, two
Yes,
things
sir.
lang. Question.
Mhm.
When we do the backup, will it overwrite the existing backup that we have, or will it create a new file?
It will overwrite, sir.
Okay. Second question. This is not for the backup, but for the
Mhm.
import.
Mhm.
When I create a new course, which
Okay.
will I do first? Enroll students or import the contents?
You can do either way, but it would be better if you will import first the contents before you will enroll the student.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I guess Ma'am Maria Isabel. Yes, ma'am.
May I just want to clarify, ma'am, if we are also allowed to change the file name, because under step 3 there is a box there which also contains a prompt.
Mhm.
So are we allowed to change a file name, or we just retain
Yes,
this
ma'am,
one?
because the given file name is quite long and it's difficult to remember. In my case, I added, like for example, this is the backup for this particular subject, and from the name of the teacher, I've also included it. I will show you the process after this one.
Yeah, because in the confirmation there is already a blank space. So I was tempted to change it na. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You can change it from there, or you can change it when you're going to save it in a different location.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So let me click next, perform backup. All right, so the backup was successfully created. You should be able to see this message, and then you have to click on continue. So in the continue, when you're going to click the continue button, you should be able to see here the courses that you have made a backup. Okay, so we have here the download button on the right side, so you can just click on the download. So the latest that I have created is this one, because the other one is Wednesday. So this one, Thursday. So you just have to click on download and then click save file. So this is what I have been doing. I added, for example, this is a backup from, there is already a name for my course, but I will do it. For example, I will add Teacher Sardan or Sardan. That's my family name, just so I would know that this is a backup of ISB 11 whose teacher is Sardan, because that will be very useful later on when you will try to import. I mean, you will try to restore courses. The names would really help. Okay, and then you click on save. That will be the end of your backup process. I think three participants raised their hands. Yes, this is also included in the activity assignment. Successful backup. I think my instruction there was take a screenshot, this part. Take a screenshot of this part where there is a download button. So you can take a screenshot of that part.
Hello, ma'am.
Failed? Why failed? Yes. Was
I
that
have
you, Sir Dave?
Sir Gerald, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I have problem with performing the backup. I'll show you.
Sige, I will stop share.
No, ma'am, I'll just use the picture.
Oh, okay. Insufficient permission for Sir Dave.
Yes, po, ma'am.
This is in your PLMS is in Drive C, sir, or Drive D, or Flash Drive. I'm sorry.
There's C, ma'am.
Drive C. Could that be the possible problem, Sir Larry? Because their PLMS is running on Drive C. That is why there is a permission problem. Or Sir Jade?
That could be the possible problem if you place it in Drive C.
Oh, okay. There is a permission problem. The same also with, I think, yes, Sir Jade?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. We were talking with Sir Dave. I'm sorry, ma'am. What was the question?
Sir Gerald is sharing a screen, sir. On his screen, he cannot create the backup because of a permission. His PLMS is in Drive C. Could that be the problem?
Yeah, we have this issue, ma'am, the first day. I remember the issue wherein users were customizing the instance, and then eventually, immediately after, the customization was defaulted. Yeah. So that's why we opted not to deploy the system in the Drive C because of some permission and the right permission. So that could be an issue for this one. So I think it's best to have the instance for this particular PLMS maybe deploy in Drive D or in a flash drive. See if it would still happen.
Excuse me, sir. My My PLMS is in Drive D.
Mm-hmm.
But
so this PLMS, right?
Yes, sir.
This is in Drive C, sir, or Drive D, Sir Gerald?
Drive D, ma'am. I'll show it to you, ma'am.
Sige, sir.
Okay.
Can you show it to us?
Ma'am, excuse me, can I interrupt?
Yes, ma'am, Apple.
Maybe because he didn't click the allow permission to download any source. That's why insufficient permission. Right, ma'am? So we have that one if we are going to download, diba? We are going to allow permission in the settings of the laptop.
That could also be one reason, ma'am. Drive D.
Tama naman. Drive D.
So what should I do, sir?
That's right. Let's check. Sir, can you go back to your browser?
For a while, sir. I'll stop sharing.
Sige, sir.
You mean here, sir?
Hello, sir. Sir, can you hear me? Hello po.
Yes, sir.
Sir, what about the space po dun sa Drive D? Paki-confirm lang po na meron pang enough space dun sa D. Like, magkano pa ba yung yung available disk space
Where can I find, sir?
Ay dun po
The
sa
availability.
file explorer window. Tas may Drive D, right click niyo lang po tapos properties. Merong dun, may available space.
$112 MB na lang po yung available.
Ayun. So that could be that could be the reason, sir. Kasi wala nang enough space dun sa Drive D. That's why it says that the available disk space is kulang na siya.
Okay. So what should I do, sir, to back up?
Sige, sir. For that, as of now, hindi ka muna makakapag-backup kasi nga kulang yung space din sa Drive D. What you can do is to cancel the backup at least for now, and then maybe if you can transfer, or you can just clean some maybe files in your Drive D just to make sure that you have enough space for you to perform the backup.
Okay, sir, copy. How about my left for the activity since I need to do the backup, but for now I cannot do that.
It's okay, sir. Anyway, you have enough time to finish all the activities. It doesn't have to be finished within the week. Although you can, it is better if you do it as soon as possible, but you are given enough time to finish. So for now, pwede lang, sir, na wala munang screenshot for your backup.
Okay, ma'am, noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think you have the same problem with Sir Dave Estrabella. Insufficient permission also.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay. So, thank you. Sir Dominic, you have a question? Or okay na din to? Yes, Sir Jason.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Apple.
Is there a specific file format if we are going to download the backup file?
No, it will be provided by the system, ma'am. The one that was shown to you, the .mbz.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Sir Jason?
Hello po, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just like to ask, once we've downloaded the file po, how could we recycle or use the backup po?
That's the next topic that I'm going to discuss. It's on restore.
Okay po. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sir Dominic? Okay na? All
Yung
right.
question ni
So,
Sir kanina.
okay. So, are we done with the backup? So, for those who were able to successfully perform the backup, you can now. Sorry, I will screen share. So you can see the download button there, and then you click on the save file, and then this is where you are going to choose to which specific location would you like to download your backup. So for example, in my case, I have downloaded it to my drive D, specifically to my folder sample backup, and then I also gave it an additional name so that it is easy for me to remember. Okay, for example, this one. And then I will click on save. Okay, so I hope you were able to follow the backup process. Any other concerns related to backup? So were you able to perform? For those who were able to perform, this is the one that you will take a screenshot and submit as your assignment.
Ma'am, excuse me, because I cannot
Yes, ma'am.
move on from the question of sir regarding the insufficient permission. If his storage was not enough, I think it should be insufficient storage, not insufficient permission, because looking at the size of the files, it's not that big.
There were two parts of the message actually, ma'am. It was insufficient permission, and the other was there was no allowed not enough disk space. That was for the case of Sir Gerard. For Sir Dave Estrabella, I think it was already corrected.
Okay,
If I may add, May.
Yes, sir. Sir Lar?
So
Yes, sir.
yes, the issue with that one is that the current location of Sir Gerald is the drive D.
Yes,
I
sir.
noticed it was designated as a recovery drive. So that particular drive has limited space and also has limited write permissions. So once it is allocated for a recovery drive, it is intended for the operating system basically. So I would suggest Sir Dave would transfer it on a flash drive, that particular instance, and then once he's done copying it, he can continue with the backup.
Yes, sir. You don't have to do it again. Just copy the instance that you are using right now.
Ma'am Myla?
Thank you, Sir Larry. Yes, ma'am.
From my end, it's asking me how do I want to open the file. So in one of my gadget, I tried to open it in using Adobe, but it's not opening. So is there a recommendation as to what will I click here? Because when I click Adobe, it keeps on going back to the Adobe. So I had to redo the backing up of another course just so that I will be able to follow.
No, it should not open, ma'am. It should save. It should be able to say. You should be able to save it, not open. And then it will be opened later on when we restore it. You have to be in your PLMS to be able to read and restore the entire file.
Ma'am, kindly do the demo again. So I click download.
Sure. Here, ma'am. Click
Yes, ma'am.
download. And then you have two options.
Hindi ko
Open
nakita
with
yan, ma'am.
and save file. What you have is only open with.
What I have is open file, ma'am. Open file. And then when I click the open file, it asks me how do I want to open the file.
Oh, I think it's with the settings of your browser. It's with the settings of your browser because it should give you two options, open with or save file. But if you don't have the save file, then please check your browser settings.
Sige po, ma'am. Opo.
Sige po. And then kindly send us a screenshot in chat. So,
excuse ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I
Who's
think
that?
she is asking what application can open the
Yes,
MBC
sir.
file, I think.
Only the PLMS, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Supposedly, when you click download, you should still be saving it because we are still in backing up, and then we can only open the file within the PLMS. We cannot open using any other application.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's her questions.
Mm-mm.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Sir Larry, for answering some of the questions in the chat. All right, so are we done? For those who are able to finish performing the backup, then let's proceed with restoring. Yes, if it goes directly to your downloads, it's okay. Just make sure that you will be able to remember that you have saved it there with a lot of downloads, or you can copy it and transfer it to another location.
Excuse me,
Okay,
ma'am.
so yes, sir.
Ang yung na-save natin is ilagay natin naka-PDF form siya, ma'am. Or
Which one, sir?
yung yan pag-download mo kanina naka-PDF form siya, ma'am. Okay lang.
Oh, okay lang, sir. Okay lang, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so shall we go now to the restore?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir, Gerald.
Ma'am, actually, I tried the sample, the sample classroom, and then it worked. So can I use it as only to perform this backup?
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. As long as you're able to perform the process.
Noted,
Okay,
ma'am.
so, all right. So any more concerns?
Miss
Can
Myla,
we proceed? Yes, sir. Sir Cooks.
the backup only works per course.
For PLMS, sir.
The
Yes,
entire.
per course.
If I have 4 courses, then everything will be backed up.
No, you have to do a backup per course.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So what we have used as backup was only one course as of the moment. Okay. So we will now try to So I hope you were able to follow. Then let us now proceed with your restore. So the purpose of your restore is almost similar to your import, except that with your import button, you can use it to copy contents from an existing virtual classroom within the PLMS instance that you are using. So like what we did earlier, we have section A, and then we created section B and copied the contents from section A to section B. We did that using import, okay? We do not have to back up anything because section A is existing in the instance, PLMS instance that we are using. And the section B that we are creating, that is newly created, is also found in the same PLMS instance. Now, how is it different from your restoring course activities? In restoring, the concept is the same. You can still reuse those activities and resources that are found in that particular virtual classroom, but you have to ensure that before you do the restore, you have already backed it up. And the beauty with restore is that you can use a different instance in order to retrieve the files from in order to perform the restore, or in order to recycle or restore the activities and resources, you can do that even if you are using a different instance. Like for example, I am using right now my drive D. And then if I will use my instance in drive F, for example, I can still copy and restore the course activities. Even if it's not found in my virtual classroom, I can restore it because it is stored in a separate location. So I am not dependent on the PLMS instance that is existing in drive D. Okay, so let me repeat the difference between, or the similarities between your import and restore is that you can make use of the same content. You can make use of the same resources and activities for another virtual classroom. The difference is that with import, you can only import contents from within the same PLMS instance. Like for example, you're using it in drive D. For restore, you can restore course activities from a virtual classroom even if it's not found in the same PLMS instance. So which we will be doing, I'm not sure if you still have time, which we are supposed to do, in which we will simulate getting the instance from getting the course activities from another instance, from another location. So this afternoon, we are going to do the restoring of the course activities. Okay. All right. So we have already performed the backup. Is your second PLMS instance ready? Like we will now shift to another instance. Is it ready? I hope is it ready? You were able. Yes. So what do we do? First, we have to shut down our Spoodle that is working, and then we will transfer to drive F and click the Spoodle icon from there in order to start our PLMS from our flash drive or from a different location. Okay? So first, let us log out first. And then I will share my Spoodle window. So in your Spoodle window, just like what Sir Larry taught us, you have to press number 2 in order to properly shut down your Spoodle. So this is also the recommendation of Sir Jade Montemayor, our technical expert for PLMS, to properly shut down your Spoodle so that you will not be encountering any problems in the future in terms of opening or reopening it again. Okay, so let's press 2, everyone. And wait for it to stop successfully. And then press any key to continue. You will be able to open it. You can open it without logging out from your current instance, but it will open the same instancer. If you're going to check, it is the same virtual classrooms that you have created earlier. Okay, so let me share my screen for my local disk. All right, so were you able to log out successfully? All right, so let me open my other copy of my PLMS. It's here in Drive E. Okay, so I have here my server folder and I have here my Spoodle icon. Okay, so let me click on that in order to start my PLMS. So it's starting. And it is now opening a new instance. Okay, let me share my entire screen. If you will notice in your browser, I have here this one. This is my browser. I have here my first portable learning management system screen window. This is the one that I have opened earlier using my Drive D. And this is the new one that was opened using my using Drive E. So this is where I should log in. Okay, so you can just close that one just to be sure that there wouldn't be any conflicting errors that might come out. But anyway, you have already stopped your Spoodle from your Drive D, so there shouldn't be any problem when you started your other version of your Spoodle. So let me share again. Okay, my browser. Then let me log in. So in your case, it's the first time that you have used this particular instance. So we will go back to the admin. Let me just check mine. In your case, it's admin if it's for the first time. In my case, let me just check because I think I have changed it earlier. There. So if you will notice, my screen does not contain my name anymore. My dashboard does not contain my name. Instead, it contained first name, last name. Everything was technically lost because this is a new instance of the PLMS, which was started using a different location. Okay? So I hope you're able to get inside this one. Yes, use admin ulit. May I know the error, Ma'am Lucy?
Hi, Ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, when I open the PLMS in my flash drive, the proxy firewall appears. Check the proxy firewall. Checking the proxy and the firewall.
It could be with your it is because of your firewall restrictions.
Maybe, Ma'am.
But when you open the PLMS in your other where did you open it, ma'am? In your Drive D? It was okay?
Yes, Ma'am.
So only with your flash drive?
Yes, Ma'am.
Lucy, no errors Spoodle window?
Sir, the Spoodle window is running.
Wait.
No error appears, sir.
Oh,
Pero
same.
prior to that, it was working, right?
Yes, sir. In the Drive D.
Okay.
I think you have the same problem also with Ma'am Edna and Ma'am Rachel and Sir Dave and Sir Rex. Oh, let me check. And Ma'am Apple.
This instance is the one from flash drive na, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, is it directly in your, it's not inside any other folder, ma'am? Can you share
No,
your
ma'am.
screen, Ma'am Lucy?
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
stop share. Okay, the others are working. So please share screen so we can see. Please check if it should be like, for example, if it's drive F, so it should be in drive F and not inside another folder, just like what we did with your drive D. Yes, make sure it's not inside the folder. So when you copied, remember when you copied the entire folder, CHED PLMS, let me share my screen. When you copied, for example, here, this is my other flash drive. So I have copied the PLMS icon, this one, and the server folder inside drive E. If you notice, it's not inside any other folder, just like what we did with your drive D. Probably that could be also be one of the reason why it won't start. In the case of Sir Christian, there is a pop-up window and you have to click OK. Okay, for the others, all right, that's good to know that others are already running the PLMS from their flash drive. Sir Jason, you have a question? Okay. Sir Henry, what did you copy from to your drive E? Is it the same instance or the one that is a new instance, the one that is inside your extracted folder? It should not be the one that is inside drive E.
I copied
In your drive E, let me share my screen. For example, in my original extracted folder is here in drive D. So inside this one, for example, this one, I copied this outside and place it here. So I have a copy of PLMS and the server folder. But what I copied to another location is the original version, this one. The one that doesn't contain anything yet.
Oh, okay, ma'am, I got it wrong.
Okay.
Sorry. I copied the wrong one.
It's okay. You can just copy again.
Okay, ma'am, thanks.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Question, ma'am.
Actually, ma'am, we copy a wrong one. The existing one ang na-copy po namin. Tapos po, yung restore po, wala na po kaming ibang drive. So, we decide to delete yung sa may import po, ma'am.
Okay.
We planning to delete in this drive. May ano po ba? Pag delete namin, connection po ba siya sa existing namin nung nakaraang araw? Pag-start po ng training?
What did you delete, ma'am? The instance that you have been using since day one?
Hindi po, yung ngayon po.
Yung newly created na instance supposedly?
Yes po.
It's not connected, ma'am, because it's a different instance.
Okay po. Thank you po.
Okay. So your problem right now is you don't have another copy of your PLMS instance in another location.
You're on mute, Mamay.
Sorry, please excuse me for 2 minutes. Okay, so I hope you were able to run your PLMS now. May I know how many were able to run their PLMS instance from another course, from another location? Okay, thank you. Yes, Sir Christian, that is what we will do. Okay, so let me share my screen. So this is my virtual classroom using a different instance. So you can see here the first name, last name, it's still very raw. Okay, so let us, do you have a sample virtual classroom? Let us just utilize that one to restore our course. Okay, so let's open this one, but we will just use this as our portal, as our door in order to open the restore. In order to open the admin settings, but we will restore it as a different course. Okay, so are we now here inside our new virtual classroom, sample virtual classroom? From my end, from you, I think it should still be the same, sample virtual classroom. Okay, so thank you very much. So we will now proceed. Let's go to the admin settings, course administration, and then let's click on restore. Okay, for you to see the difference, before you click restore, kindly go to import first so that you can see the difference. So when I'm going to click my import, have you noticed earlier when we did the import, I had a lot of courses that are displayed here. But now when I click on import, these are the only courses that are available for me to import. It is because I am now in a different instance. Okay, so this is what I have been saying earlier, that you cannot perform import if the virtual classroom is not found in the same instance. It has to be found in the same instance for you to do the import. So what we will do is to perform the restore. Okay, so let's go back again to our course administration, and then instead of import, let's click restore. Sorry. So you should now be in the restore course window. Are you now in the restore course window?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for the others, I will just repeat. In your personal menu page, you should have your sample virtual classroom. You click on it in order to open it. And then you click on the admin settings. And then you click on restore, so that you should be able to open the restore course window. Okay, so you should now be in the restore. So you should be able to see the import a backup file, course backup area. You should have these kinds of things on your window. So we will now click on choose a file. All right, so everybody kindly click choose a file. And then click browse. Then try to look for the location of your backup file. So in my case, I have it here. So I was able to rename my file, just added an extension of Sardan, so I know that that is my backup file, and then click upload this file. Okay, so are you now here? Were you able to locate your backup file? Can I see a thumbs up if you were able to locate your backup file? And if you were able to find it, then it should be displayed here. It's the .mbz. And then you can now click on upload this file.
Wait lang po, hindi ko alam kung saan ko na-save.
Okay, sige po. So for those who were able to find their backup file, then click it and then click upload this file. So it's quite longer to process because we are using the drive, the flash drive. It was faster when we used the drive D. So I have here now my backup file. It's already reflected here. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to click restore. So we will wait for the others to locate their backup file and click upload file so that you will be brought back here before you will click on restore. So for those who would like to proceed with restore, please do so. And check if your contents from your backup file are now placed in your new virtual classroom in your different location of your PLMS instance. Okay, finished backing up. Very good. Then you may proceed with restore. Proceed with logging out from that instance, transfer to another location of your instance like drive F, flash drive if you're using drive D, and then open the PLMS instance from there and then perform the restore. So for you to perform the restore, just open a virtual classroom, go to admin, and then Instead of backup, you click restore. And then you will be asked to look for the location of your backup file. Okay, congratulations for those who were able to back up.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Pag ano ma'am no, pag marami ka na ditong nailagay, pag may nailagay ka na video or mga iba pang file, kalaki yung backup file ma'am no?
Yes, sir.
Kasi
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you ma'am.
So medyo matagal yung pag-load. So were you able to restore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay na, ma'am.
Thank you. Very good. So for the others, I hope you are now in this screen. So let's click restore together. So it's already restoring. You have the progress bar of the restoration process. Then I have here the backup details. And then the resources and activities that were restored. And then I just have to scroll down and you can find here continue. So please click continue so you can proceed with the restoration process successfully. Okay, so if you're done, then let's click on continue. Then you have the option actually to restore it into the course or the virtual classroom that you have used in restoring, restore it into an existing course. It is not the virtual classroom that you are opening to do the restore, but it is existing in the same PLMS instance. So, for example, I have here ISB 11 or SOL. And then in our case, let's restore it as a different course, as a new course. So that is why this one is the default option. Then it is still under first SEM, and then let's click on continue. So when you are done with this, then it gives you the settings options. You just have to click next. And then again, it shows you what are to be restored. You just keep on clicking next. Okay. And then perform the restore process. So for those who were not able to follow, you just keep on you just keep on clicking next, because all the things that you have, all the things will be restored by default. Then you just click on perform restore. So again, similar to your import, similar to your backup, you will still be able to see the progress bar. And then once it's done, then the restore process is completed. Okay, it's 97.2%. Yes, another section from a different teacher. Okay, click on continue. So there shouldn't be any errors there. So let me go back to my courses. And I was not enrolled yet in that particular course, so that is why I cannot see it. But I can find it here. Okay, so I have the ISB 11, then I also have the ISB 11. This one is the ISB 11 from this instance. And then this one is the one that I have restored. So I have this one, IT and history, computer hardware and software, and all the things that I can find in the other instance, I will be able to copy it here. Okay, so the beauty of restore, import, and backup is when you will be implementing it in your own school, and each teacher will of course have their own PLMS instance. So what we are going to do there is to assign, for example, a teacher coordinator or a lead teacher who will be assigned to copy the instances from the other teachers, compile it, place it in one instance, and that is the instance that you're going to give to your students, rather than letting the students let me share my screen. Rather than let the students have different instances from the different teachers, you can assign a lead teacher or a teacher coordinator who will run his own instance, and then the teachers from using their different instances will create a backup of their courses, of their virtual classroom, give the backup file to the lead teacher, and then the lead teacher is the one who will restore the course activities using the backup files stored in a specific location. And once they are all in that same PLMS instance, that is a PLMS instance that you are going to give to your students. Any questions or reactions to that? I actually have an activity supposedly that we're going to do, but I guess it would take time. What would be our, probably I will give this to you as an assignment. I will include this as an assignment so you will have enough time, especially for those who don't have extra locations for their PLMS. Ma'am Jan, Sir Dave, can we give this as an assignment?
Yes, ma'am, that would be possible. Because it will take a long time also.
Oh, and others do not have the extra location as of the moment.
That's right.
Thank you.
Miss Myla,
Yes, sir.
the activities like the assignments that you are going to give us will be posted na lang, updated sa day 4 natin.
Yes, sir. I have already posted 4, so I will just include this one.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Cooks. So, all right. So we are down to our last topic. The last topic is just very it's just very quick. Okay, so it's just resetting. Let me finish it mga 5 to 10 minutes. Would it be okay? Just for you to show, because it's already 5:30. Okay, so and then I will just provide a video for this. We will be preparing a video for each of the topics so you can review it aside from the manual that you will be following. Okay, so anyway, for the resetting of course, the purpose of the reset is utilizing the virtual classroom, but resetting but resetting the data. Okay, so it will be treated as one virtual classroom that has no user data so that you can reuse it. Okay, so this is also another option. You don't back it up, you don't want to back it up, but you will just reset. So here, when you're going to click on the reset option, there is a warning. This page allows you to empty a course of user data while retaining the activities and other settings. So if you have no plans of backing it up, you don't want to go to the hassle of backing it up, restoring it, or importing it, you can actually, the easiest way is actually to reset the course. But the problem is you will be emptying your user data, of which if you will need it in the future, if there are some questions, for example, from the students, you have no way of rechecking. So still, we would recommend that you will back up your data. So anyway, this reset course is an option that is provided in PLMS. So here, it allows you to empty a course of user data. So you can choose the start date and the course end date of your course, and then you are given options on which to delete. So you have there, by default, they are not checked. And then you have the different roles. The gradebook is not used for PLMS, groups as well. The assignments, you can choose if you want to delete the submissions, the user overrides, all the group overrides. For example, if you will delete that one. How about those comments, those events? You can also check that one. So you have the option to reset some and retain some of the parts of the course, some of the parts of your user data. Then if you have added some books, then forums as well, deleting posts, deleting ratings, and then Other options are also there. Even quizzes, you have deleting quiz attempts and other things. And then you can just check select default. So when you're going to click select default, it is the system that will check which resources, activities, and events will be deleted. Okay, so after that, you can reset the course. So again, if you want to reset the course, if you don't want to do restore or import, you can just reset, but warning, you will be deleting the user course data. So for you to perform the reset, you just go to admin and then reset. You will be brought to this window. Then you just have to click here, select default. It is a system that will automatically check which will be deleted. And then you just have to click on reset course. So when you're going to click on reset course, you will still be able to see the list of tasks, components, and their status. And then you just have to click on continue. So right now, all of these are being deleted. The status is okay. So meaning to say there is no problem with that. Then you just have to click on continue. All right. And then you will be able to, right now, there is no data involved. So that is why I can still see the same inputs. I can still see the same content. But if I have user data there, then those data are already deleted. So any questions? It was quite a tough topic, but I hope you have learned something from this. It can be very useful with your in your classroom. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for staying. Yes,
Before
we will video
may I
the process.
request everyone, if there's no other question, wala na bang questions?
Last, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, for instance, we will delete the PLMS on a certain partition. Does it affect on the PLMS on the mother partition that we made?
No, sir. There are two
No.
different instances.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, just make sure that you deleted the instance that you really want to delete. Just in case you might be confused as to which instance to delete. So just be sure with the location.
Okay, ma'am, copy. Thank you.
Ma'am. Excuse me.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can we use the PLMS after this training? Pwede na namin i-gamitin para sa estudyante namin. Allow pa kami na gamitin to.
Sir Dave, would you like to answer that one, Sir Dave?
Yeah,
We have
yes,
Dr.
sir.
Marcia.
Yes, sir. Anytime you can actually use that. You can also share that. That is actually the intention of this training, for you to use that at any time. Actually, today or anytime tomorrow, next day, next week. No, so you can share that institutionally or per classroom, per section, at any rate that you can implement that. Please go ahead. We would be very happy, and perhaps for sure Ched also will be happy in our report if we see schools implementing it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
That implementation options will be discussed on Saturday by Dr. Dave. Okay, so thank you so much for staying with us. We know it's 5:38 and we are down to the 61 participants, which is understandable. Some schools, actually, I was informed yesterday, they switched off their internet connection at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
So thank you so much for staying. So at this point, may I request everyone to switch on their camera. If you have not yet already, kindly switch on your camera and we'll have the photo opportunity. We only have three screens, 3 pages. So again, kindly hold on to your smiles for documentation. Thank you. So ready? Okay, let me save. Okay, and next slide, next page. Okay, smile. Okay. And then finally, the last page. Okay, thank you so much for staying with us.
Thank you,
And we'll
ma'am.
see you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Bye.